no more. We're done with them. All right, everybody on inside, come on in, get a good seat. Let's go, everybody on inside. There we go. All right, good bull to start with. 185, $86, 85, $86, 85, money, 6, 85, $86, 85, $86, $6, 85, $86, that's 8, 85, $86, 6, 185, Lone Star 1, Lone Star 1. Where at? That's a good bull. 71, 90, 91, 91, 91, 2, 3, 92, 3, 4, 5, 95, 94, 95, 96, 97, 97, 98, 99, 99, $2 down 1, 201, 201, 201, 202, 202, 202, 202, 201, Lone Star 1. $177.8, $8, $177, $178.9, 80, 181, 181, 82, 83, 83, 84, 84, 85, 85, 86, 87, 88, 88, 9, 89, 90, 90, 190, 190, 189, Lone Star 1. $12.32. 190, he would one, he would one, money one, 2, 92, 3, 4, 94, 94, 95, 96, 96, 97, 97, 98, 98, $9, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, $1, he would $1, $2 a pound, Lone Star 1. We didn't get that wild bull, did we? I know 436 was 938. I need one more for I've got both. You're good? You got four bulls? I got four bulls. Okay. You're good. You're good. Let me see what else you got there. Okay, sell the thin bull. 128 now 3, 122 now 3, 2 3, 122 now 3, 2 3, 84, 5, 124 now 5, 5, 5, 25, 25, 26, 126, 7, 7, 8, 27, 8, 9, 9, 30, 30, 30, 30, 130, 129, Javier 11, Javier 11. $138.9, 38, but 9, 9, 9, 9, $38, but 9, 138 on the money, now $9, $9, 38, but 9, 9, 138, Marty, number 18, Marty, just 8, Marty 8, Marty number 8. It's having a hand, but 148.9, $48.9, 999, money 9, 48.950, 151, if it 1 2, 52, 53, 53 4, 54, 55, 55, 6, but 7, but 8, 58, 58, 58, 58, 9, 58, now 9, 9, 9, 58, 9, 58, 9, 158, Lone Star 1, 158. It's having a hand, 117, 18, 17, 18, money 18, 117, $18, 18, 18, 17, $18, $18, 118, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, 121, $1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 126, 27, 28, 28, 9, 9, 30, 130, 130, 130, 129, Marty, number 8, put on 15. Marty 15, Marty 15. $182, $83, $83, $82, $83, money 3, 4, 84, 5, $86, $87, $88, $88, 9, $90, $91, 2, $192, 3, 4, $93, $94, 5, $195, $95, $95, $194, Lone Star 1. It happened, but 166 now 7, 166 now 7, 97, 8, 8, 9, 71, 2, 3, 3, 4, 75, 176, 175, 6, 175, Lone Star 1. It happened 144.95, 44 money, 40, 4, 5, 6, 146 out of 6 out of it, 45, 46, 146, 7, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 50, 151, 1, 2, 52, 53, 54, 155, 56, 57, 58, 58, 9, 9, 9, 60, 160, 159, Marty 17. Haven't had 133 now 4, 133 now 4, mighty 4, 134, 5, and number 6, 37, 38, 39, 40, 140, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 146 out of 6 out of 5, 6, 6, 6, 145, Marty 17. $137.38, $137.98, $8.09, $40, $1, $2, $3, $4, $145, $6, $7, $8, $8.48, $9, $150, $151, $2, $3, $4, $54, $5, $55, $155, $5, $154, Lone Star. Lone Star 3, Lone Star number 3. It's having hand, 140 now one, able to one, money one, 141, 2, 42, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 49, $9, 50, 150, 50, 150, 149, Lone Star. Put it on 3, Frank, Lone Star 3. I think so, point out. $78.9, $178.9, $981, $82, $83, $82 down 3, $183, 33, 44, 55, $85, $84, 5, $184, $85, $86, $87, $87, $87, $87, $87, $87, $186, $87, $87, $87, $87, $187, $186, Marty 17, 18, Marty 18. Seven hand, 144.95, 144.95, money 5, 6, 7, 48, 48, 49, 50, 150, 150, 150, 150, 150, 49 now, 50 now, 50 now, 50, 150, 150, 149, Marty 8. $7, 145 for $6. On the money, 6, $5, $6, $7, $7, $8, 9, 49, 150, 151, 1, 2, 3, 53, 4, 5, 155, 6, 6, 155, Lone Star. Watch your right eye a little bit. Heaven here, $70 on one. $70 one, even one money 1, 2, 3, 73, 73, 73, 4, 74, 5, 75, 74, 95, 4, 5, 74, Cliffy 2, 22, 20, is that right? Cliffy 20. 158 on 2, 158 on 2, 150 on the money, 24, 54, 56, 58, 58, 60, 162, 4 with a 2, 4, 6, with 8, 70, 170, with a $72 day, 174, 244, with a bit of 6, 78, with a 80, with a bit of 180, 188, with a bit of 180, 178, shoot 77. Let's straight legged. Seven hand, 106, 7, 106 on the money, 7, 107, not a 7, not a 6, 7, 107, 8, 9, 109, 108, but the bed 9, 9, 10, 110, 111, 11, about 12, but the bed 13, 114, but the 15, 16, but the bed 17, but the 18, but the 19, 120, 20, but the 1, but the 1, but the 1, but the 1, 120, Marty number 8, Marty number 7, put her on Marty 7. Bynum Ranch. 120 now 1, 1 now 1, money 1, 2, 3, 2 now 3, 3, 123, 33, 4, 4, 5, 6, 27, 28, 29, now 31, 31, 30, 1, 130, Marty 15. Same cows. Here and then 35, $36, 135, money, 6, 7, 37, 38, 39, 140, 41, 2, 3, 42, 4, 5, 145, 6, 5, $6, 145, now 6, $6, 6, 145, Marty, number 15. Okay, sell 5 here. 144.95, 144.95 money, 5, 6, 7, 8, but about 49, 51, 2, but about 3, 154, 54, 55, 55, 5, 5, 6, 156, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 157, 156, Lone Star. Little bit of crust. Right on. 110, 111, 110, 11, 11, 11, money, 110, 11, 12, 12, 13, 14, 115, 115, 16, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 18, 18, 118, 19, 19, 19, 18, 20, 120, 121, 1, 2, 2, 2, $2, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3 now, 3 now, 3 now, 3 now, 3, 4, 25, 25, 124, Marty, number 500, Marty, 500. Cox her head a little bit. 7.5, 85, $86, 85, $86, 85, 96, 85, 6, 7, 8, 9, 91, 1, 91, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 97, $7, 8, 98, $9, $1, $1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 105, 6, 7, $8, $9, $9, 108, 9, 108, Cliffy, 20, Cliffy, 22. Okay, sell two younger cats. 95, 96, 96, 95, 96, 7, 97, 97, 96, 7, 8, 98, 99, $1, $1, $101, $101, $1, Tom, 1, Tom, 1, Tom, 1, 85, 86, 85, 86, 85, money, 6, 6, 85, 86, 86, 85, 86, 86, 86, 85, fried 2, 85, fried 2. Watch your left eye. Having here, 65, $6, 65, now 6, money, 65, 6, 7, 7, 7, 8, $8, 71, 2, 3, 4, 5, 75, 76, 7, 77, $8, $8, 78, 78, 78, 78, 79, 78, $9, 80, 81, 2, 3, 82, 3, 4, 85, 85, 86, 86, 86, 85, 86, 86, 85, Cliffy, 22. Seven hand, 105, $106, 105, $106, money, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, $110, 10, 9, 10, 10, 10, $10, 10, 10, 109, Marty, number 7. Okay, they are 3 years old. $128.09, $128.09, $128 on the money now, $9, $128.09, $9, $9, $30, $131, $131, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 35, 36, $137, $138, $138, $39, $40, $41, $42, 2, 2, 3, 3, now 3, now 3, 4, 5, 44, now 5, 145, 145, 144, Marty, 47. Same cattle. 133 now 4. 133 on the money. 4, 5, $6, $7, $8, $9, 141, 42, 2, 3, 4, 145, 45, 46, 7, 147, 48, 48, 49, 149, 50, 151, 1, 52, 53, 53, 54, 54, 5, 56, 7, 7, 8, 158, 9, 960, 160, 160, 160, 159, Marty, 47. 40, put him on 45. Put them on 45. Okay, red heifer. Hey, $3, now 2.5 on the money. $3, now 2.5. On the heifer, on the scales, $3, 2.5, 5, 3 or 5, 7.5, 10, and 12.5, 15 with a bit of a 17.5, 320, 2.5, with a bit of a 5, with a 7.5, with a 327.5, 327.5, 30 with a bit of a 332.5, 35, 37.5, 40, 2.5, with a bit of a 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 340, H47, H47. So right here, 7.5, 320, now 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, with about 2.5, 2.5, 320, now 2.5, with about 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, with about 280, now 2.5. 280, now 2.5. On the money, 2.5. 280, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, 2.5. 5, 285, 7.5, 287.5, 285, show number 77. Weigh the cow. It's $7.5, 105, $106, 105 on the money, $6, but $5, $6, 105, 106, $6, but $6, $6, 6, 105, Marty 8. It's happening 151, 102, 3, 52, 3, on 4, 5, 56, 57, 58, 59, $60 one, 162, 1, 2, 3, 4, 63, 4, 5, 5, 5, 6, 7, 9, 7, 7, 8, $8, 69, 69, 70, 171, 172, 3, 4, 5, 75, 6, 176, 76, 76, 175, Lone Star 1. $80 one, $80 now one, $80 money one, $81 one, $80 now one, 81, 80 fry two, 80 fry two. 245, now 7.5, 245, 7.5, on the money, 7.5, 245, 7.5, 50, 250, 2.5, but 57.5, 257.5, $60, now 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 70, 2.5, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 85, 87, 90, but 290, 290, 2.5, 95, 97.5, $3, $3, $3, 2.5, 305, 305, 7.5, but 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 305, lady number 95, lady 95, 7.5, $90 one, $91 one, money one, $90 now one. Money's down one. $1, 91, 91, 91, 90. Tom 5, Tom 5. It's happening, $1 down, 2.5, $1 down, 2.5, on the money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, $1 down, 2, 102, 102, 102, 102, 22, 22, $2, 4, 1046, 108, 108, 10, 112, 14, 14, 112, Tom, 1. Oh, here we go. So big one, big one, big one. 160 now 2.5, big one, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 70, 2.5, 5, 175, 7.5, 180, $80, $80, $80, 2.5, 2.5, 25, 85, 87.5, $87, 90, 190, 190, 2.5, 2.5, 95, 95, 7.5, 7.5, $2, 2.5, 5, 2.5, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 215, 79, 79, 279, 279, 215, lady 21, lady 21. Big Bend State Park. How much? 500? 500 by the head, now quarter. 500, now quarter. Money, quarter, half, 5.5. 75, 600 now, $600. 600 and a quarter, half. Second half, 75. 700 by the head, now $700, 700, 700 and a quarter. 7 and a quarter, 7.5, 7.5, $750, 50, 75, 775, 750, 75, 750, 75, 75, 75, 750 by the head. Lady 22, lady 22. Yard them with the 21s. 21s, 22s together. They're steers, 7.5, 150 now two, $150 two, 150 on two, 4, 6, $8, $60 two, 64, 6, 168, 70, 172, 74, 76, 78, 80, 180, 180, 180, 80, 180, 178, Marty 45, Marty 45. Two blacks, two black ones. 130 now two, 130 now two, with a two money two, 132, 132, $2, 130, Marty 45, Marty 45. 7.5, $2 now, $2.5, $2 now money, 2.5, 5, 2.5, 10, with a bit of 15, with a bit of 20, with a 5, with a 225, 30 now, 35, 235, 40, 240 now 5, now 50, now 5, 255, 60, 5, 275, with a bit of 280, with a 5, 85, 285, 90, 90, 90, 285, 90, 55, 90, 55, 90, 285, lady 94, lady 94. $145, $7 money, $745, $47, $145, $147, $145, $147, $149, $149, $151, $151, $53, $53, $55, $57, $159, $61, $3, $5, $7, $9, $69, $71, $73, $75, $77, $9, $79, $81, $83, $83, $5, $85, $87, $87, $9, $89, $189, $189, $187, click, show. 200. Show 200. 135, 37, 135, 37, 135, 37, 135, 37, not a 7, not a 7, not a 7, 137, 79, not a 9, not a 9, 41, 41, 41, 41, 141, 141, 139, Troy, 15. It's drying up, but it's still pretty wet. Pretty green. Okay, two big ones, two big ones. 210, 12 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, 210, two big ones on the money, 12 and a half, 15, 215, 17 and a half, 20, 222 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 30, 50, 52, 32, 2 and a half, 37 and a half, 40, 52, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 50, 52, 52 and a half, 55, 55, 7 and a half, $60, 260, 260, 260, 257 and a half, that'll be Marty, 44, Marty, 44, 220, now 2 and a half, 222 and a half, 220, 2 and a half on the money, 2 and a half, 222 and a half, 2 and a half, 25. 25, 27 and a half, 230 with a bit of 230, 2 and a half with a bit of 5, 35, 37 and a half, with a 240 with a bit of 242 and a half, 242 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 240, lady, 95, lady, 95. By the head, 425, 400, by the head now, 25. On the money, 25, 425, 25, 25, 50, 450, 475. Now $500, 500 a quarter, 5 and a half, 5 and a half, 550, 575, $600, $600, 600, 600 now quarter, 600 a quarter, half, 675, 675 by the head, $700, $700, $700, 700. 675, 700 a quarter, 7 a quarter, 7 a quarter, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 75, 775, 800, 800, 800 a quarter, 8 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 a quarter, $800 by the head. Fry number 18, fry 18, fry 18 with the two, fry 18, put them in there with the two. 144 now 5, 144 now 5, 44 money 5, 144 now 5, 145 6, 44 now 5, 6, 7, 8, 140 gate, 40 gate, 40 gate, 40 gate, $8, 147 Marty number 17, Marty 17. 147 Marty 17. Okay, that is her calf. Sell the family, 2,000, not 21. $2,000, 2,100, 2,100. On the money, 21, 22, 22, 21 and a half, 2,200, 22, 222, half, at 22 and a half, 3, $2,300, 23 and a half, at about 23 and a half, 2,300 and a half, now half, at about $23 and a half, 23, 4, 2,400, 2,400, 24 and a half, 24 and a half, 25, 25, 25, 25 and a half, 25 and a half, 2,600, 2,600, now half, at 26 and a half, second half, $2,650, $50, $2,600, show number 211, show 211. It's happening, 210, 12, 210, 12, 14, 16, 18, 218, 18, 20, 224, 24, 26, 26, 226, 226, out of 6, out of 6, out of 6, 224, Nolan 29, Nolan 29. Steer cattle, 7 hand, 240, now 252, 252, 4, 54, 56, 58, $60, $2 board, 66, 8, the bit of 70, 272, 4, bit of 76, 78, 80, bit of 282, bit of 4, 84, 86, 88, 290, 90, 290, 90, bit of 92, 92, 92, 90, 288, EC 701, EC 701. So one cap. Over there, 127.28, 127 money gate, $8, $27, $28, $28, $9, $9, $30. Now one, 31, 31, 32, 33, 4, 55, 56, 57, 58, 38, 39, 40, 141, 140, D&D number 101, D&D 101, 110, 111, 110, 11, 11, money 11, 10, 11, 11, 12, 112, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 118, 119, 19, 119, 19, 19, 118, Marty, 7. Sell the big one, big one, big one. 7 hand, 260, now 2.5, 260, now 2.5. 7 hand, 70, 2.5, now 5, now 7 hand, 80, 280, 82 and a half, 5, 85, 87 and 92 and a half, 97 and 7 and $3, now 2.5, now 5, now 5, 305, 302 and a half, 5, 305, 305, 305, 302 and a half, shoat number 6, shoat number 6. 7 hand, $3, now 5, $3 money, 5, $3, now 5, $3, now 5, 10, 15, 15, 20, now 5. 325, 30, now 30, 330, 333, 33, 30, 325, lady number 93. Sell a bull yearling, big. Well, sell a little one, little one, little one. Oh, there, having a 260, now 25, 25, 55, 255, 7 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, now 5, now 7 and a half, 80, 2 and a half, 85, 87 and a half, 90, 290, 2 and a half, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17, 20, 3, 23, 23, 23, 20, 317 and a half, D&D 5, 3. Over there, 205, 207, 9, 9, 9, 9, 209, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, 221, 223, 225, 227, 229, 31, 33, 5, 37, 37, 237, 37, 39, 239, 99, 41, 241, 3, 5, 245, 5, 243, Nolan 29, Nolan 29. Okay, cow's got a rupture in her right flank. 55, $6, 55, $56, 55 now, $6, $7, $8, $9, $60 now one, every $1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 66, 7, $68, $9, 70, 1, 2, 3, 4, 75, 76, 7, $8, $8, 78, $8, 8, $79, $9, 9, 78, 9, 78, Javier, number 11, Javier 11, 7, 250, now 2.5, 250, now money, 2.5, 252, 5, 7, now 60, now 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 70, 270, 2.5, 77 and a half, 80, 282 and a half, 85, 87 and a half, 90, 2.5, 5, 95, 97 and a half, 297 and a half, 7 and a half, 295, capital number 31, capital 17, capital 17. Sell a heifer over there by scale, 270, now 2.5, 2.5, now 5, 7 and a half, 80, 2.5, 85, 87, 90, 2.5, 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2.5, 305, 305, 302 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 3, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17, 19, 20, 320, 320, 320, 317 and a half, D&D 23. Little black heifer, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, money, 12 and a half, 15, 317 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 335, 37 and a half, 40, 340, 2 and a half, 5, 345, 47 and a half, 347 and a half, 50, 352 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 360, 2 and a half, 25, 5, 7 and a half, 370, 370, 367 and a half, Troy, number 21. A little rough on top, little rough on top. 85, 87, 85, 87, 87, 85, 87, 85, $87, $90, $90, two and a half, now five, 95, 97 and a half, $1, $1, two and a half, $2.5, $5, $7 and a half, $10, $12 and a half, 15, 70 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 127 and a half, 25, 27 and a half, 27 and a half, 125, Marty, number 4. Okay, what do you got? 220, not 2, 220, not 24, 220, 4, 6, 8, $30, $2, $4, $6, $8, 240, 2, 4, 6, 8, 50, 250, 254, 56, 8, 260, 260, 260, 258, Nolan, number 76. You got a steer, 7 and a half, 330, now 2 and a half, 330, now 2 and a half, 330, now 2 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 340, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 50, 52 and a half, 5, 355, 55, 7 and a half, 60, 2 and a half, 25, 65, 7 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 370, 2 and a half, 370, capital 45. It's 7 and a half, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 30, now 5, 330, now 5, money, 540, 345, 50, now 5, 355, 355, 65, 365, 365, 5, 360, H, 28. There's 7 and a half, 320, now 2 and a half, 320, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 327 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 5, 37 and a half, 40, 340, 340, 340, 340, 340, 340, 340, 337 and a half, Troy, 3. It's 7 and a half, 220, now 2 and a half, 222 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 235, 37 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, 5, 47 and a half, 250, now 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 260, 2 and a half, now 5, now 265, 265, 555, 260, 2 and a half, lady, 97. So big one with the tag. 7 and a half, 320, now 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, big one there, 2 and a half, 325, 325, 25, 25, 25, 325, you bit a bit 25, 325, 25, 25, 322 and a half, that'll be D&D number 5353, 43, D&D 43, D&D 43, 7 and a half, 335 now, 7 and a half, 40, 340, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 50, 350, 2 and a half, 5, 355, 7 and a half, 360, 60, 360, 2 and a half, now 5, 365, 365, 360, 2 and a half, D&D 42. Okay, hold the biggest. Seven, 8, 245, 7 and a half, 250, 250, now 50, now 50, now 250, 50, 50, 250, 247 and a half, 250, $50, $50, $50, $50, $50, 247 and a half, Nolan 27. So Charlotte bull calf, $4 now five. $4 now money five. $4 selling Charlotte, $4 now five. 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 40, 445, 50, 455, 455, 55, 55, 55, 55, 455, 450. Troy, straight Troy. Sell heifer, $3.50 now five. $3.50 now five. $3.50 now five. $3.50 now five. $60, $60. $3.65, $75, $80, $3.85, $90, $95, $95, $3.95, $95, $95, $95, $95, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, $3.95. Wilfred Wildy. $5 a pound now five. $5 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 on the money now five. $5 now five. $5 five. Now 10. Now 10. Now 10. Now 10. Now 5, 10, 15. 5, 15, 20. 520 now five. 520. 525. 25. 25. 520. Fried number 21. 250 now 2.5. 250 now 2 money 2.5. 255 $7.5. $60 2.5. $7.5. 70 2.5. $7.5. 80 with the 2.5. 85 87.5. 90 2.5. 295 97.5. $3 about 2.5. 5 7.5. 10 12.5. 15 79 20 320 2.5 but 7.5. 327.5. 7.5. 7.5. 325. D&D number 4. D&D 24. D&D 24. $1 now one. $100 now one. Money one. $1 bill now 1 2. $1 2 3 4. $4 $4 5 6. 107 8 now 9 now 10 now 11 now 12. 12 13. 113 14 15 16 17 18 18 118 18 19 119 19 18 19. 119, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 25, 6, 125, Marty, number 41, Marty, 41. It's $7.5, $2.60, now 2.5, on the money 2.5, $7.5, 70, 2.5, now 5, 75, 275, 7.5, 280, 2.9, 85, 87, 90, 2.95, 95, now $7.5, $3, 2.5, now 5, 305, 7, 8, 10, $10, 10, $310, $10, $10, $10, now 10, 307.5, D&D 50. That's $7.5, $3.30, now 5, money 5, $3.35, $5.40, $50, $3.55, $3.55, $60, $3.65, $5.55, $70, $3.70, $3.70, $3.70, $3.75, $5.80, $80, $3.80, $3.80, $3.80, $3.80, $3.75, Troy 4. $7.5, $2.80, now 5, $2.85, money 5, $2.85, 95, $3.05, 10, 15, 20, 5, 35, 40, 5, 345, 50, 355, 60, 360, 60, 360, 355, capital 9, 21, capital 21. Okay, sell bull calf with the tag on the rail right now. Phil Ranch, are you here? Sell one bull calf. $7.5, $2.50, now 2.5, $2.55, $7.5, $60, $2.60, 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 70, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 85, 87, 90, 2.5, 95, 97, now $3, 2.5, 305, 305, 305, 305, 305, 305, 55, 305, 302.5, Nolan 56. Sell a heifer. $7.5, $2.60, now 2.5, $2.60, now 2.5, on the money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 65, 7.5, 260, 70, 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 80, 2.5, 87, 90, 2.5, 95, 97, $3, 2.5, 302.5, 302.5, 302.5, 2.5, 305, 307.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 305, H22. Okay, bid price, right hind leg, old deal, goes with him. 150 now 5, 150 now 5, bid price. 155, 65, 75, 85, 95, $2.95, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 10, 210, 210, $10, $10, $10, 210, 210, 210, 205, Javier, number 4, bid price. It's $7.5, $2.50, now $2.5, $2.50, now $2.5, $2.55, $7.5, $16, $2.5, $7.5, $70, $2.5, $7.5, $80, $2.80, $2.5, $85, $87, $90, $2.5, $5, $97.5, $2.97.5, $3, $2.5, $302.5, $302.5, $302.5, $302.5, $2.5, $3, D&D 24, D&D 24, $2, now $2, $2, $2.4, $2, $2, $4, $2.6, $2.08, $8, $10, $12, $14, $16, $18, $2.20, now $2, $4, $2.20, $4.68, 228, 30, 230, 230, 230, 230, 230, 230, 228, Nolan 29. $3.15, 17.5, $3.15, 7 money, 17.5, 20, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 30, 3.32.5, 32.5, now 5, 35, 37.5, 3.37.5, 7.5, 40, 3.40, 2.5, 5, 3.45, 7.5, 3.50, 2.5, now 5, 55, 55, 3.55, 3.55, 7.5, 3.60, 2.5, 5, 60, 7.5, 70, 3.70, 3.70, 3.70, 3.70, 3.60, 7.5, Gully 1. Gully number 1. 270, now 2.5, 7.5, 277.5, 277.5, 7.5, 275, D&D 5.3. 7.5, 130 now 1, 130 now 1, money 1, 2, 3, 4, 34, 5, 35, 36, 37, 37, 37, 37, 38, 138, 37, 38, 38, 38, 38, 138, 137, Marty 25. Yeah. Merch cut. 340, now 5, 340, all money, now 550, now 5, now 60, now 5, now 70, now 5, 85, 85, 95, 95, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, $395, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, $395, Troy 21. It's having 360 now 5, 360 now 5, money 575, 80, 380, 375, 80, 80, 85, 90, 90, 90, 385, 95, 95, $4, $4, $4, $4, 395, Troy number 11, Troy 11. $330 now 5, $330 now 5, 45, 55, 65, 75, 85, 95, $4 now 5, 405, 55, and I'm going to 2.5, 5, 402 and a half now 5, 405, 402 and a half now 5, now 5, now 5, 405, 402 and a half, Troy 21. Okay, the dark black one you do not get. Okay, hold anyone you don't like. 370 now 5. 370 now 5. 5 money. 580. 590. $5. $4. $4. 5 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 4 10. 12 and a half. 4 10. 12 and a half. 12 and a half. 12 and a half. 12 and a half. 4 12 and a half. Hold anyone you don't like. 4 12 and a half. 4 10. Troy 21. 250 now five, 250 now five, $60 now five, now 70 now five, now 80 now five, 95. $2.95, $3 now five, 305, 310, 10, 15, 15, 15, 15, 3, 15, 20 now five, 325, 320 now five, 325, 325, 320 D&D 91. 335, 7.5, 40, my money, 40, but 340 now, 2.5, 5, 340, 7.5, 350 now, 2.5, 55, 55, 7.5, 360, but 60, but $360, 357.5, 360, 360, 360, 357.5, Troy 5. Mark for ownership. It's happening. T30, now 2, 10, 32, 4, 34, 36, 38, $48, $2, $4, $6, $8, $52, 54, 56, 58. 262, 22, 44, 600, but $6, 268, $8, 72, but 4, 76, 78, 278, 278, 276, H71, H71. Mark for ownership, 7 and 250 now, 295, 55, 255, 55, 295, 7 and $60, 295, 7 70, 2.5, now 5, but 7.5, 80, 280, 80, 2.5, 87 and 90, 290, 2.5, 95, 97 and $3, 2.5, 5, 305, 7 and 307 and 7 and 307 and 305, capital 31. 133, 35, 133, money, 533, now 35, 37, 39, 41, 3, 145, 46, 47, 48, 48, 9, 150, 150, 51, 1, 2, 3, 4, 54, 5, $6, 7, $8, 58, 58, 158, 158, 157, Lone Star. Number 1. Okay, came at the bull just up. 125, 126, weigh the cow. 125, 6, 7. Money, 6, a bit of 25, 26, weigh the cow. 26, 7, 8. 28, 9, 31, 32, 33, 33, 4, 35, 35, 36, 37, 37, 38, 39, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 145, 46, not a bit of 7, not a bit of 8, not 8, not a 9, 149, 50, 50, 51, 51, not a 2, 52, 52, 51, 2, 52, 52, 52, 151. Show number 13. $3 now 5 money 5 $3 now 5 10 minute 15 20 minute 5 minute 30 minute 5 minute 40 minute 5 345 42 and a half 292 42 and a 5 45 345 345 342 and a half. Show number 20. Show 21. Okay, Bradley Bynum had an 8-way shot in triangle 5, wormed with, been wormed. Heifer 7.5, 310, 12.5, 312 and a half, 15, mighty 12 and a half, 15, 17, 20, 2 and a half, 5, 7.5, 30, bit of 2 and a half, bit of 5, 37 and a half, 40, bit of 340, 2 and a half, bit of 340, 2 and a half, 340, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2, 5, 5, 5, bit of 7 and a half, bit of 50, bit of 350, 350, 2 and a half, 52, 5, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 357 and a half, 355, Troy 21. Red heifer. 7 and a half, 260, now 2 and a half, money 2 and a half, and the 5, and the 7 and 70, 2 and a half, 5, and the 7 and a half, 80, 2 and a half, 85, 7 and a half, 90, 290, 90, 90, 92, 90, 290, 290, 280, 7 and a half, show number 8. Show date. 7 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 my money, 12 and a half, 15, 17, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 5, 325, 7 and a half, 32 and a half, 5, 37 and a half, 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 40, 340, now 40, 337 and a half, lady number 94, lady 94. Bottom ranch cattle. Okay, same shots, had 8-way and triangle 5, been wormed. 345, now 50, money 5, I'm going to 60, even a bit of 360, 360, now 5, 360, 2 and a half, 360, now 2 and a half, 292, 5, but a 65, 360, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 367 and a half, 367 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 365, 7 and a half, 70, 370, 370, 367 and a half, capital 35. 7 and a half, 330, now 2 and a half, 332 and a half, 2 and a half, money 25, 35, 37 and a half, 40, now 25, 47 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 355, 355, 55, 55, 352 and a half, Simpson 35. Same cattle, 2 big ones, 2 big ones, 7 and a half, $3, now 2 and a half, $3 now money, 2 and a half, 3, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 79, 20, 320, 320, 2 and a half, 5, 325, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 330, 30, 30, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 35, 35, 35, 335, 330, 2 and a half, Troy 5. Yeah, 350 now 5, 350 now 5, 350 on the money, 560, 5, 70, 75, 370, 2 and a half, 295, 75, 75, 375, 375, 372 and a half, Troy 5, Troy 5. 2 big ones, 2 big ones, 2 big ones, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 2 big ones, 12 and a half, 15, 79, 20, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 325, 2 and a half, now 5, now 7 and a half, 327 and a half, 30, 330, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 335, 7 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, 5, 345, 45, 45, 45, 340, 2 and a half, capital number 31. Cap 34. Capital 34 on front. That's happening. 350 now 5. 350 now 5. 5 and the money 350 now 5. But the 50 2.5. 350 now 2.5. 350 now 2.5. 2.5. But 350 2.5. 350 2.5. Headshots ready to go. 350 2.5. 330 now 2.5. 5 7.5. But the 40 with the 2.5. But the 5. But the 7.5. 347 half. 7.5. 345, lady number 94, lady 94. Heifer mates, boys, headshots are ready to go. 7.5, 315, 17.5, 3 money, 17.5, 315, 317.5, 20, 320, 20, 20, 20, 320, 2.5, with the 5, with the 325, 22 and a half, 5, 7.5, 330, with the 30, with the 330, 2.5, with the 5, 35, 35, 7.5, with the 337, 43, 40, now 2.5, 340, 2.5, 2.5, 5, with the 5, with the 5, with the 5, with the 5, 347, half, with the 350, with the 350, 350, 350, 347 and a half, lady number 57. Two little ones, 280 now 2.5, 280 now 2.5, 87 and 90, 2.5, 97 and $3, 2.5 now 5, now 7.5, 310, 12 and a half, 15, 70 now 20, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 320, D&D 23. 7.5, 250 now 2.5, 250 now 2.5, 250 now 2.5, number money 2.5, 55, number 7.5, 260 now 2.5, now 5, 7.5, 70, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, H71, H71. Okay, Wayne Forever, and I've had a subway shot in Triangle 5, been wormed, and they are open. 210, 12 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 22 and a half, 225, 27 and a half, 227 and a half, 32 and a half, 230, 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 240, 2 and a half, 240, 2 and a half, now 5, 47 and a half, 52 and a half, 5, 7, $60, 2 and a half, 5, 265, 265, 7 and a half, 270, 270, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. Have these go right along. 270, 2 and a half. Bids up high. 272 and a half. 272 and a half. 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. 272 and a half. Sold them. 270. Ball. Mr. Ball, you want these? No. Okay, Ball on the scale. Sell these. 230, now 2 and a half. On the money 5. 37 and a half, 40. 240, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half. 250, 2 and a half, 55. 57 and a half, $60, 2 and a half. 262 and a half. 265, 265, 265, 262 and a half, show number 8. 7 and a half, $2.50, now 2 and a half, 252 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 55, 7 and a half, $60, 2 and a half, now 5, 7 and a half, 70, 270, 2 and a half, 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 270, 2 and a half, 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 270, Troy, 7. Long time weaned and vaccinated. 250 and a half, 5, money 5, 252 and a half, money's in, 250 and a half, 2 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 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 257 and a half, 257 and a half, 257 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 255, Nolan 26. Okay, boys, have had a subway shot. Sell the Black Bull. 320, now 5, 320, now 5, money, 5, but a 320, now 530, 330, now 5, 35, 35, 35, 335, 335, 335, 330, D&D, number 40, 53, 43, is that right, 43? 43, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, and the money, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 312 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 25, 327 and a half, 327 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, 330, 2 and a half, 35, 35, 335, 330, 2 and a half, lady, 5-7. Okay, Evans cattle, boys. There's 20 head of them. They have been weaned 4 months. Wayne Cattle, Evans, 7 or 270, now 2.5, 2.5, 2 in the money, 2.5, 7.5, 82, 2.5, 85, 85, 2.5, 2.5, 85, 85, 2.5, 85, 85, 7.5, 90, 2, 90, 90, 290, 2.5, now 5, 95, 95, 95, 97.5, 297.5, $3, $3, $3, $3, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 305, 7.5, 7.5, 307.5, 307.5, 307.5, 305, capital number 94, 7.5, 270, now 2.5, 5, 2, 5, 85, 7.5, 82, 5, 87, 90, 2.5, 95, 95, 295, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 292.5, D&D 24. Same good cattle. They've been weaned 4 months. 280, 2.5, 280, now 2.5, 280, 88, 2.5, 280, 205, 85, 85, 2.5, 87.5, 287.5, 85, 7, 87.5. That's him. 207.5, 87.5, 287.5, 285. Capital 94, capital 94. Cap 94. Hey, right here. Little one, sell the little one, $3 now, 2.5, money, 2.5. Sell the little one, 302.5, 5, 7.5, 7.5, 10, $10, 12.5, 3, 12.5, 15, 17.5, 20, 2.5, 5, 27.5, 330, 2.5, 5, 35, 37.5, 37.5, 37.5, 335, D&D number 23. Every kind of 270, now 2.5, 270, now 2.5, 2.5, money, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 270, $2.5, 5, 75, 7.5, 7.5, 80, 280, 2.5, 82, 5, 85, 85, 85, 85. Many more you want. 285, 87.5, 287, 90, 290, 290, 290, 290, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 287.5, capital number 95. No, they just number 5, capital 5. These two go capital 94. Sell her 230, now 2.5, 235, 37.5, 40, 2.5, 7.5, 52.5, 55, 57.5, $60. 260, $60, 260, 260, 260, 257.5, H71. Got steer, 7.5, 320, now 2.5. On the money, 2.5, 20, 2.5, 25, 7.5, 30, 2.5, 32, 5, 37.5, now 340, 2.5, 45, 47.5, 350, 2.5, 55, 55, 355, 55, 55, 355, 352.5, Simpson 35. Got a bull, $2.30, now 2, now 4, 234, 34, 32, 46, 36, 38, $40, $2, $2, $2, 242, 242, 242, 240, Nolan 29. It's happening 260, now 10.5, 7.5, 70, 270, 270, 270, 270, 270, 270, 270, 270, 267, D&D 53. Dushack cattle. Okay, on your pass out. That's that way with Somnus and Sperm. 3 big ones sale, 3 big ones there. 2.30, 2.5, 230 on the money, 2.5, 230, 2.5, 230, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 230, 2.5, 2.5, 230, 5, 37.5, 40, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 247.5, 247.5, 47.5, 47.5, 47.5, 245 H71. Sell 3 big ones. Sell 3 big ones. 250 now, 2.5 money, 2.5, 250, 2.5. Selling 3 big ones, 255, 55 and 7.5, 260 now, 2.5, now 5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, but a 65, 7.5, 267, half 70, 270, 70, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 75, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 80, 2.5, 85, 7.5, 287 half, 87 half, 87 half, 90, 290, 2.5, 95, 97 half, $3, $3, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 85, 85, 7.5, 307 half, 305. D&D 93. 280, not 2.5, money, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 85, 87 half, 90, 2.5, 95, 97 half, $3, 2.5, 305, 37 half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 half, 320, 2.5, 5, 7 half, 330, 2.5, 330, 25, 35, 37 half, 40, 340, 340, 340, 337 half, lady, number 93. 2 blacks, 2 blacks, 2 blacks, 2 blacks. 320, now 2.5, 320 on money, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 2 blacks, 325, 325, 5, 5, 2.5, 5, 327 half, 327 half, 327 half, 7 half, 7 half, 7 half, 325 capital, 35, 34, cap 34. Same deal, had around the shots. Do check. 260, now 25, 25, 55, 7 half, 70, 270, 270, now 2.5, 2.5, 25, 7 half, 80, 2.5, 85, 87 half, 90, 2.5, 95, 97 half, $3, $3, $3, 297 half, $3, $3, $3, $3, 297 a half. That'll be Nolan 56. Nolan 5-6. Same cattle. Cabin here, 290, now 2.5, 290, now 2.5, 290. We sell choice, Jody. 92 to 5, 95, 95, 295, 95, 290, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 295, 290, 2.5, D&D 93, 4, 94, D&D 94. Two red ballies, many more as you want. 390, now 5, money 5, $4, now 5, now 10, now 15, 25, 425, 30, now 5, 440, now 5, and then 50, bit a 5, and then 60, bit a 460, 55, 60, 60, bit a 460, 455. Troy, number 2, yard him with 11. 2s and 11s together. Okay, hold your ticket, sell 2. Hold your ticket, sell 2. 329 5, 329 5, 329 5, 5, 5, 329, money 5, 325, 25, 25, 25, 25, 329 5, 325, 320 D&D, number 94. On the scales, D&D 94. Cabin here, 380, now 5, 380, now 5, 85, 85, 380, now 5, 380, now 5, 390, 85, 85, 85, 85, 385, 340, now 5, 340, now 5, 55, 365, 70, 5, 80, 380, 80, 75, 88, 80, 380, 380, 380, 375, Wilford Wildy. 136.7, 36.7, not a 7, money 7, 8, 39, 39, 40, now 1, 2, 42, 3, 33, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, $8.09, 49, 150, 150, 150, 150, 149, Lone Star. All right, Ratbone cattle, boys. Been weaned 60 days, had 2 rounds of triangle, 10. 220 and a 2.5, 220 and a 2.5, 2.5, money, 2.5, 220, 25, 27 and a half, 30, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 40, 240, 2.5, 2.5, 240, 2.9, 2.9, 2.9, 2.9, 2.9, 240, 871, 871, 270, 2.5, 2.9, 2.9, and 5, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 85, 87, and 90, 2.5, 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2.5, 5, 305, 7.5, 307 and a half, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 305, Capital 94. What you got here? New deal. Okay, Fincher cattle, weaned 60 days, had 2 rounds of triangle, 10, and Cavalry 9. Two little ones, two little ones, two little ones. Wayne cattle had shots 325, 330, 325 on the money. Now 30 with a 335, with a 40 with a 5, with a 50 with a 5, 365, 70 with a 370 with a 70, 365, 75, 375, 75, 80 with a 380, 80, 85, 85, 85, 85, 385, 85, 385, 385, 380. Troy 21, Troy 21. 320 now 5, 320 now 5, 5, 320 on the money now 5, 330 with the 5, and the 40 with the 5, and the 50, 350 now 50, 350, 350, 350, 350, 50, 50, 345, Capital 92. Okay, same cattle. Only 60 days, 8 shots. Sell the big one, big one, big one. 350 now 5. Selling the big one. 350 now 5. 350 now 5. 5 and a money. 5 and a 355, 60. 365 and a 70 but a 5 and a 80 but 85 and a 85, 90. 390, 95 and a 95. $4, $4, 5, 5, 5. 405, 405, 405, 405. $4. Troy, 4, Troy, 4. 360 now 5, money 5, 360 now 5, 365, 70, 5, 80, 5, 90, 5, $4, $4, 5, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 420, 15, 20, 20, 420, 415, lady 94. $4, sell the black one, $4 now, 5, 10, 15, 20, with a 5, with a 30, with a 5, with a 40, 5, 50, 455, 60, with a 5, 465, 5, 5, with a 5, 460, Troy, 2. $275, $280, $275, $85, and $280 now 5, $290 now 5, and $85, $285, $85, and $285, $285, $285, $285, $85, $85, $285, $285, $280, Wilford Wildy. Okay, from Atwater Valley, they've been waiting 60 days. At Triangle 10 and Calvary 9. Make them all black, make them all black. Take Charlotte if you want him. $4 now 5. $4 now 5. Money 5. $4 now 5. 5, 5. Selling all black. Now 5. Now 10. Now 15. 20. 30. 430. 540. 440 now 5. 445. 50. 50. 50. 50. 450. 450. 450. 450. 445. Troy 2. Steer 350 now 5 on the money now 5 and 60 5 65 370 and 5 80 5 many more you want 385 380 now 590, 390 now 595, $4, $4.05, 405, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 15, 20, 420, 420, 420, 420, 420, 420, 415, Troy 4. Steers 360 now 5, 360 on the money 570, 370 80, 380 now 5, 90, 95, 395, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 390 Troy number 4, Troy 4, 360 now 5, money 5, got money wood 575. 375, 80, now 5, at a 385, 90, but a 5, 95, $4 now 5, now 10, now 15, 15, 415, 410, 415, 15, 15, 415, 410, D&D 41, D&D 41. Two little ones there, two little ones, 360 now 5, 365, money 570, 5, 80, 85, 385, 90, 90, 95, 95, $4, $4, 405, 405, 405, 405, 405, $4, Troy, number 21. Seven and a half, 330 now 5, 330 on the money now 5, 330 now 5, 340 5 and 50, 350 now 50 now 50, 350, 350, $50, $50, $50, $50, 345 EC 47. Okay, hold the littlest one, right? 360 now 5, 360 now money now 5, now 70 now 5, now 80 now 5, but 85, 95, 95, 95, 395, $4, $4 now 5, 405, 10, $410, $10, 15, 415 now 20, 420, 420, 420, 420, 420, 415 Troy number 21. 7 here, 350 now 5, 350 now 5, 65, 75, 80, 5, 90, 5, 395, $4, $5, $4 now 5, 405, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, $10, 10, 405, Troy 11. All right. Next ticket head have at a 7-way been wormed with Ivomet. Yes. 320 and 2.5, 325, 7.5, 32 and a half, 37 and a half, 40, 340, but 342 and a half, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 340, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 340, Simpson 36, Simpson 36, same cattle. 380 now 5, 380 now 5, money 5, 390, 5, $4, $4 now 5, 405, 405, 405, 405, 405, 55, $4, Troy 4. Look at what's been waiting 2 months. Had an 8-way shot. Ben Worm, sell a heifer. 315, 20 on the money. 25, but a 30, but a 5, but a 40, but a 5, but a 50, 355, 355, 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 350 capital 92. 7 here, 7.5, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, money 5, 10, 15, 20 with the 5, but a 30 with the 5. 340 now 5, 350 with 5, but a 355, 65, 370 with about 5, but a 80 with about 5, but a 90 with about 390, 390, 85, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 385, lady 94, lady 94. Sell the little one, 340 now 5. 340 money 5. 340 now 5. 340 now 5. Going out. 340 now 5. 345, 45, 50. 355, 355, 360 now 5. 365, 360 Troy, straight Troy. 350 now 5. 350 now 5. Money 5. 65, 75, 80. Bit 80. 380, 375, 80. 80, 80, 85. 390, 95. Throw $4. $4 5. $4 now 5. 10, 15. 415, 20. 420, 20. 15 now 20, 20, 20. 420. 415. Cliffy 31. Caldwell cattle. Had a Vision 7 and Triangle 5. They will get up to you right here. 216 now 29. 260 money. 2.5 now 5 now 7 70. 2.9 bit 5. 7.5 7.5 80. 280 2.5 80 7.5 90. 290 2.5 now 5 95 95 95. 295 92 95 5 95 95 95 95. 290 2.5 EC 701. Is that right? 701. What had a Vision 7 and Triangle 5. I said here they will get up and grow here. $275, 7.5, 80, 280, 80, 2.5, 80, 7.5, 90, 2.5, 95, 97.5, now $3, $3, 2.5, 5, 305, 37.5, 37.8, 10, 3 and 10, 10, 7.5, 8, 307.5, $8, $8, $8, $8, 307.5, D&D 60. Sell 3 big ones. 320 now. 322 and a half. We sell 2 of them, Jody. 2 or more. 328 5. 7.5. Now 30. Now 2.5. Now 5. 7.5. 40. 2.5. 5. 47.5. 50. 2.5. 5. 57.5. 360. 360. 2.5. 365, 365, 7.5, 370, but a 77, that's 2 or more, 370, 370, 372, 2 or more, 370, 367.5, Troy 4. Sell the dark red. 305 now, 10, 15, 25, but a 30, but a 5, but a 40, but a 5, 350, 350, 355, 355, 52 and a half, 352 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 350, D&D 42. 360 now 5, money 5, 370 now 5, now 80 now 5, now 90 now 5, $4 now 5, 4 and 5, 402 and a half, 402 and a half, 5, 405, 7 and a half, 47, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15 to 17 and a half, 417 and a half, 417 and a half, 415, D&D 42, 41, D&D 41. 270, now 257 and a half, 80, but a 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 7 and 90, 2 and a half, 295, 97 and a half, $3, $3, 2 and a half, 5, but a 305, 305, 7 and a half, 307 and a half, 307 and a half. Take the red, go right along. 307 and a half, 307 and a half, 307 and a half, 305, capital number 31. Two reds, sell 2 reds. 290, not 290, 290, 2.5. Have black if you want him. On the money, 2.5, 97 and a half. 297 and a half, 297 and a half. 2 reds, you can take the black. 295, 7 and a half, $3. $3, 2 and a half. 305, 305, 7 and a half, 10. 10, 10, 10, but a $10, 10, 12 and a half. 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 312 and a half. 310, EC number 650, 601, 601. Same price, 701. At first, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, money, 2.5, 85, 85, 85, 7.5, 90, 290, 90, 2.5, 95, 95, 295, 7.5, 297.5, 297.5, 97.5, 7.5, 7.5, 295, capped on 94. Hurricane. 235, 37 half, 235, 237 half, 235, money 7 half, 237 half, 237 half, 40, 240, now 42 and a half, 2 and a half, 5 and a 5, 7 half, 50, 2 and a half, 55, 7 half, $60, 2 and a half, 265, just 7 half, 70, 270, 2 and a half, 5, but about 7 half, at 80, but 2 and a half, 2, 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, 25, 85, 85, 85, 285, 285, 285, 285, 282 and a half, that'll be 871. H71. Same cattle. 7 here, 240, now 2 and a half, 240 on the money, 25, 47 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 260, 2 and a half, now 5, now 5, now 5, 260, 2 and a half, now 5, 5, 7 and a half, 70, 270, 270, 267 and a half, H71. 7 hand, 270, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, but on the money, now 2 and a half, 270, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 75, 7 and a half, 80, 2 and a half, 85, 85, 85, 285, 285, 285, 285, 280, 2 and a half, H22. Same cattle. 290, 290, 290 on 25, 95, 95, 97 and a half, $3, $3, 2 and a half, 5, 305, 305, 7 and a half, 7, 8, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 3, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 3, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 3, 15, 3, 15, 3, 15, 3, 15, 3, 12 and a half, Troy 1. 320, now 2 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 37 and a half, 340, 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 340, 2 and a half, 45, 7 and a half, 350, 350, 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 357 and a half, $60, 2 and a half, 360, 2 and a half, 5, 65, 7 and a half, 70, 370, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 370, 370, 2 and a half, 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 370, 2 and a half, 375, 375, 372 and a half, lady 5-7. 2 heifers over there, $3 now, 2 and a half, $3 now, 2, money 5, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 7 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, 5, 3, 27 and a half, 30, 3, 30, 2 and a half, 35, 35, 35, 35, 3, 35, 37 and a half, 3, 37 and a half, 3, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 335, lady number 5-7, 270, now 2 and a half, 270, 2 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 80, 280, 280, 80, 280, 80, 2 and a half, 80, 2 and a half, 5, 85, 7 and a half, 90, 90, 290, 90, 90, 290, 290, 290, 290, 290, 287 and a half, H22. 7 here, 290, 2 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 290, now 2 and a half, 92. Too good on the scale. Hurricane, light good. 340, now 5, 340, now 5, money 5, 340, 2 and a half, 25, 7 and a half, 347 and a half, 350, 350, 2 and a half, 350, 2 and a half, 5, 5, 355, 7 and a half, 360, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 370, 370, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 375, 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 380, 80, 2 and a half, 380, 2 and a half, 85, 85, 385, 385, 385, 385, 380, 2 and a half, Cliffy 31, Cliffy 31. 230, now 2.5, 230, 2.5, 230, now 2.5, 230, 2.5, 2.5, 230, now 2.5, money, 2.5, 5, 35, 35, 7.5, 40, 340, 340, 340, 240, 237.5, 40, 240, 237.5, D&D 93. Excuse me. Heifers, 335, 37.5, 42.5, 47.5, 350, 350, down 2.5, 52.5, 355, 357.5, 360, 2.5, 5, 365, 7.5, $70, 372.5, 372.5, 2.5, 370, lady, 93. Sullivan Bouquet. 240 and I 25, 240, 2.5, 5, 240, 2.5, 5, and I'm bull by the scale, 245, 245, 45, 45, 240, 2.5, Nolan 27, isn't it? Seven hand, 270, not 2.5, 270, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, money 5, 7.5. 277.5, 80, 2.5, 80, 25, 85, 7.5, 287 and 90, 290, 2.5 and 95, 95, 95, 295, 92.5, 5, 5, 5, 95, 95, 292.5, capital 94. $3, now 2.5, 5, 302.5, 5, 305, 302.5, now 5, 305, 305, 305, 302.5, 5, 5, 302.5, capital 31. Okay, got a 9 breeder. Okay, sell the big one. She's a 9 breeder. 205, 7.5. 205, 7, 8, 10, 12, and 8, 15, 7, 8, 22, and 5, 7, 8, 32, and 5, 37 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 50, 252 and a 5, 57 and a half, 260, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 260, 2 and a half, 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 260, shoat number 6, shoat 6, 250, now 2 and a half, 250, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 250. 57 and $60, 2 and a half, now 5, now 7 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, 7 and a half, 277 and a half, 80, 280, 2 and a half, 285, 85, 7 and a half, 90, 290, 2 and a half, 597 and a half, 7 and a half, 297 and a half, 297 and a half, 295, D&D 93. $280, now 2 and a half, money, 2 and a 5, 85, 282, 5, 7 and 90, 2 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 305, 305, 7 and a half, 10, but about $10, 10, $310, $10, $10, 10, 12 and a half, 3, 12 and a half, but about 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 315, 79, but about 17 and a half, 315, EC number 601, 601. Give me John. Okay, gonna hold one. They've had a black leg and triangle 5. 340, now 5, money 5, 350, now 5, but a 60, but a 5, 370, but a 70, 70, 75, but a 375, 80, 80, 80, but a 380, but a 80, but a 80, but 5, but 85, 82 and a half, 382 and a half, 382 and a half, 382 and a half, 380, capital 45. Sell the black one, black one, black one. $3 now, $5. $3 now, 2 and a half, 5, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 7 and a half, 23, 22 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 30, but 2 and a half, 35. Black one, 335, 335, 35, 35, 35, 332 and a half, D&D 43. Charlotte, 330, now 2 and a half, 330 on money, 25, 37 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, 45, 7 and a half, 50, 2 and a half, 55, 357 and a half, 360, 2 and a half, now 5, 365, 5, 5, 362 and a half, capital number 35. Sell the black bully, 280, now 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, 280, 2, 5, 7 and a half, 92 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, 297 and a half, 97 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 297 and a half, 297 and a half, 97 and a half, 295, EC 60. 7 and a half, 330 now 5, 330 on the money 5, 330 now 5, 330, 2 and a half, 5, 37 and a half, 40 with a bit of 2 and a half, 47 and a half, 350, 352 and a half, 355, 357 and a half, 357 and a half, 350, 60, 360, 2 and a half, now 5, now 7 and a half, 370, but about 72 and a half, 75, 7 and a half, 80 with a 2 and a half, but about 85, 87 and a half, 390, but a 2 and a half, but a 9, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 392 and a half. Many more as you want, 392 and a half, 392 and a half. 390 D&D number 20 D&D 4 24 340 now 2 and a half 340 2 and a half money 2 and a half 340 2 and a half 2 and a half 2 and a half 5 7 and a half 350 352 and a half 352 and a half 355 355 355 7 and a half 357 and a half 357 and a half 355 capital number 90 capital 92. Sell a bull calf by these scales. 250 now 5. Turn 50 now 5. Bull calf by the scales. 250 now 5. Money 5. 255. 255 5 5 5 5 255. 250 Lady 94. Sell one big one there. 320 now 5. 320 now 5. Money 5. Big one, 325 30, now 5, 335. Selling the big one, 335, 335, and about 40, but about 45, 350, now 50, now 5, but about 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. 355, 350, Troy 5, Troy 5. 7 here, 370, now 5, 375, 375, 375, 370, money 5, 80, 85, 385, 85, 380, D&D 41. D&D 41. D&D 41, that's what, isn't that what we're having? Sell 2 little ones, 2 little ones. 290, now 2 and a half, 292, money 2 and a half. 2 little ones, 290, 2 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 90, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 290, D&D 53. Sell a bull, $2, 60, 2 and a half, 5, 260, 2 and a half, now 5, 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 80, 2 and a half, 85, 87 and a half, 90, but a 290, 290, but a 90, but a 90, 290, 287 and a half, Nolan 56. Seven here, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 5, 45, 50, 355, 60, 5, 70, 375, 80, 80, 80, 380, 380, 375, 80, 80, 80, 375, D&D, number 42. Two 75, 7 and a half, 82 and a half, 87 and a half, 90, 292 and a half, 95, 95, 297 and a half, 7 and a half, $3. $2.90, now 2.5, now 5, 97.5, now $3, 2.5, 3.5, 3.7.5, 3.10, 12.5, 3.12.5, 3.12.5, 3.12.5, 3.10, capital number 31. Sell the tag. 370, now 5, money 5, 85, 95, $4, now 5, now 10, now 15, now 20, 425, 430, 435, 435, 435, 430, Cliffy 31. $450, now 5, 450 on the money, now 5, 60, now 465, 465, 70, 475, 75, 470, now 5, 5, 5, 470, Troy 2. Okay, gonna sell 3 little ones. 360, now 5. 360 on the money, 5, 5, 5, 70 with the 5, 375, 80, 80 with the 80, 380, 375, 7.5, 377, 7.5, 780 with the 382, and with the 85, 85, 85, 85, 385, 382 and a half, capital 45. $315 now money, 17.5, 317.5, 315, 317.5, 317.5, 17.5, 17.5, 17.5, 317.5, 317.5, 315, D&D 43. Well, that's my shot. That is my shot. 7 here. $4 now 5. $4 now 5. 5 $4 on the money now 5. $4 now 5. $4 5 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 15 15 15 20 420 25 422 and a half 2 and a half 2 and a half 2 and a half 2 and a half 422 and a half 420 Troy 2. $360 now 5. $360 now 5. Money 5. 65 75. 375 80. 85 85 90 95. 395. 390 now 5. 5 95 95 95 95. 390 Gully 1. Gully 1. Sell 360 now 5. 360 now 5. 5 5 5 money 5. 365. 360 now 5. 360 now 5. 5 5 70. Now 5. Now 80. Now 5. 390. Now 5. 395. 390. Troy. Straight Troy. Okay, boys, they have been weaned 60 plus days. Had a 7-way shot. Sell the big one. Big one. 220 now 2.5. 222. Sell the big one. 220, 2 and a 5, 7 and a half, 32 and a 5, 7 and a half, 42 and a 5, 7 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, 7 and a half, 260, 2 and a half, now 5, now 7 and a 72 and a half, 5 and a 7 and a half, 80, 2 and a half, 5, 85, 87 and a half, 287 and a half, 290, 92 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, $3 D&D 93, 7 and a half, $3 now 5, $3, 5, 10, 10, 15, 20, 5 and a 30, 330 now 5, 335, 40. 40, now 5, 350, now 5, 355, 65, 70, 370, 370, 375, 80, 80, 380, 385, 85, 85, 85, 380, lady number 57. 310, 12 and a half, 15, 17, 20, 25, 7 and a half, 32 and a half, 55, 37 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, 55, 7 and a half, 50, 2 and a half, 357 and a half, $60, 360, 360, 360, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 370, 70, 370, 370, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 75, 75, 377 and a half, 80, 80, 80, 380, 2 and a half, 85, 85, 85, 87 and a half, 387 and a half, 387 and a half, 387 and a half, 385, lady 57. Okay, is this Wilfred Willie? All right, Wilfred Willie. They've been weighing 90 plus days. Had triangle 4 plus PHK. Been wormed with Sidectin.
Benny must have been in a hurry this morning. Benny in a hurry? He was wanting to tell somebody a story about something. All right. Where's that steer, Wilfred?
Okay, weighing 90 plus days. Had a triangle 4 plus PHK and wormed with Sidectin. Okay, gonna make them all heifers. 280, 290, 290, 290, 285, 55, 55, 7 half, 90, 290, 90, 290, 2 and a half, 95, 97 half, 97 half, 297 half, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $297 half, 98, 98, 98, 98, 98, 298, 98, 299, 299, now $3, $3, $3, $3, $299, capital number 94. Same cattle, same story. 270, not 290, 290, 295, 75, 275, and then 295, 7 half, 80, 280, 80, 280, 280, 2 and a half, 82, 5, 85, 85, 87 half, 90, 290, 90, 2 and a half, 95, 97 half, $3, $3, 2 and a half, 5, 305, 7 half, 10, 310, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 3, 15, 17 half, 17 half, 17 half, 17 half, 317 half, 315, capital number 90, capital number 90. Let one of them out if you can. Either, shut your gate. Celebrate over there, 270, now 2 and a half, 270, 25, but a 7 and a half, 82 and a half, 87 and 90, 2 and a half, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 5, 305, 7, 8, 10, 10, 3, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 3, 15, 15, 15, 15, 3, 15, 3, 12 and a half, D&D 23, D&D 23, 250, now 2 and a half, 250, 2 and a half, money 5, 7 and a half, $60, 2 and a half, 65, but a 7 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, now 5, now 7 and a half, 80, 280, 280, 80, 2 and a half, 85, 85, 87 and a half, 290, 90, 2 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, $3. Shoat number 6, shoat number 6. Okay, you got, we got steer and a heifer here. Let one of them out, however it works for you. Sell the steer, 320, now 2.5, 320, 2.5. On the money, 25, 25, 7.5, 30, 330, 2.5, 5, 37.5, 40, 340, 2.5, 47.5, 347.5, 350, 2.5, 350, 2.5, 355, 355, 355, 355, 355, 350, 2.5, Troy 5, Troy 5, 270, now 2.5, 270, 2.5, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 87.5, 90, 290, 2.5, 97.5, $3, 2.5, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15. 315, 370, 79, 79, 79, 315, H22. Okay. All right, steer by the scales. Sell that black steer by the scales, $3, now 2.5. $3.92, 5, 7, 8, 10, 12, 15, 7, 8, 20, 2.5, 325, 325, 2.5, 95, 95, 95, both even out. 325, 25, 25, 322.5, that'll be D&D 94, D&D 94. All right, boys, they've been waiting 2 months. Had a 8-way shot. So, can you get 2 little ones or your big one? There you go, perfect. 7 right over there, 7.5, 330, now 5, 330, on to 540, now 5, now 50, now 5, now 360, now 570, 5, 375, 80, 85, 85, 380, now 5, 85, 85, 85, 85, 390, 90, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, 395, Lady 57, Lady 57, 7, 280, now 2.5, 280, now 2.5, money 2.5, 280, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 25, 85, 7.5, 90, 290, 2.5, 95, 97.5, $3, $3, $3, $3, 297.5, capital 94, capital 94. Say what, sell 2 or more. Pick 2 you like. 7.5, 370, now 5. Money, 5. 375, but 75, 80, 80, 85, 90, 90, now 5, $4, $4, now 5. $4, 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 415, 415, 415, 415, 415, 415, 410, Troy, number 2. Okay, same price. 2 little ones, go Troy 2. Big one goes to Troy 4. Thank you. Do we have another card? No, I don't have that card. That's fine. That's fine. Well, you got 1 steer, 2 steers. Okay, 2 little, sell 2 little ones there. 2 little ones there on the rail. It happened here, 335 now, 7.5, 337.5, 37.5 on the money. 40, but 340, but 40 now, 42.5, 345, 45, 45, but 7.5, 350, 50, 50, but 2.5, but 25, 55, 55, 355, 7.5, but 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 355, Simpson 65, Simpson 65. 7.5, 320, now 2, 320, now 2, 320, now 2, 280, now 2, 282, 282, 46, 88, 90, 292, 4, 94, 96, 98, 98, $3, $3, $3, 298, $3, $3, $3, $3, 298, Nolan 26, Nolan 26. 2 big ones there. 260 now, 2, $2, 46, 68, 270, 2, $2, 270, 2 big ones, 270, 2, 270, and that'll be 871, $3. $3 down, 2.5, 302.5, 2.5, 7, 8, 10, 12.5, 15, 17, 20, with a 2, with a 5, with a 7, 30, with a 2.5, 335, 7.5, with a 40, with a 2.5, with a 45, 45, 7.5, 350, 50, with a 2.5, with a 5, with a 7.5, 360, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 70, with a 2.5, 375, with a 7.5, 80, with a 80, with a 380, 380, 80, 2.5, with a 80, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 380, lady number 57, lady 57. Sell a Red Bull with the tag. 290 now 5. 290 now 5. 290 now 5. Money 5 and 295. 290 now 5 and 95, 95, 95, 95. 290 D&D 94. D&D 94. From Brady. Sell the black. Sell the black heifer. 320 now 5. 320. Sell the black heifer now 30 now 5 and a 335 40. Now 5. 350 now 5 and a 65 and a 70 with a 5 and a 375 80. 80 80 with a 380 380 380 380 380 375 Wilford Wildy. By the head. 150 now 75 by the head. On the money 75. 150 175 by the head. $175. 50 now 75 75 75 175. Now 200. Now quarter. Now half. 2.5. 275. 300. 300 by the head and a quarter. 3 and a quarter. 375 by the head. On the money 2.5. 320. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 5. 5. 7.5. 327.5. 325 D&D 43 270 now 5 money 2.5 275 now 7.5 280 82 and a half 85 87 and 90 290 290 90 90 now 2.5 290 25 95 95 95 292 and a half Nolan 56 7 here, 270 now 5, 270 now 5, 270 now 5, 270 now 5, 230 now 5, 235, 40 now 5, now 50, 250 now 5, 255, 55, 55, 255, 255, 260 now 5, 270 now 5, and 80 with a bit of 280, 280, 275, Javier 2. Woodward cattle. $310, 15, 310 on the money, 15, 310 headshots, 310, 315, 310, 315, 20, 320, 320, 320, 20, 20, 5, 30, 330, now 5, 35, now 40, now 40, 340, 337, 37, 7, 42, 42, 340, 2.5, 340, lady number 90. Show your weight on them, they go to lady. $305. Sell the choice. 320, now 5. 320, a year choice. 94. 320 on the money, 530. 330, now 5, now 40. 340, now 5. 345, 342 and a half. Your choice, out of the pile. 342 and a half, 2 and a half. 340, Simpson, 35. $3, now 2.5. On the money, 5. 3, 7, 8, 10. 312 and a half, 15. 79, 20, 320, 317 and a half, 20, 20, 20, 20, 320, 320, 317 and a half. EC 501. Sell 2 big ones, 2 big ones. $2.30 now 2, 2.30 now 2, 4, 6, 8, 42, 4, 46, 48, 250, 2, 254, 56, 258, 258, $60, $2.4, 66, 8, 272, 4, 6, 78, 82, 4, 84, 86, 88, 288, 288, 286, EC 701. 7 and a half, 290, now 5, 290, now 5, money 5, $3, now 5, 3 and 5, 10, and 15, with a bit of 15, 20, with a bit of 5, with a 3, 25, 30, 335, 40, with a bit of 5, with a bit of 50, with a bit of 5, 360, with a bit of 365, 70, with a bit of 5, 375, 80, 80, with a bit of 80, with a bit of 5, with a 90, with a 90, with a 90, 390, 390, 390, 385, Troy, 4. Okay, hold the crooked tail. 230, now 2 and a half, 230, now 2 and a half, money, 2 and a 5, 7 and a half, 40, 240, 2 and a 5, 47 and a half, 250, 2 and a 5, 57 and a half, $60, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 260, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 25, 65, 7 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 80, 280, 80, 80, 80, 280, 280, 277 and a half, EC 70. 180, now 2 and a half, 180, now 2 and a half, 585, 825, 82 and a half, 587 and a half, now 90, 190, now 2 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, $2, 2 and a half, 202 and a half, 202 and a half, 202 and a half, 205, 205, 7 and a half, 10. 210, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 17, 20, 220, 20, 220, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 220, shoat number 8. Same cattle, 280, now 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 205, 87 and a half, 90, 2 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, $3, $3, 2 and a half, 5, 305, 307 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 17, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 330, 330, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 330, 2 and a half, 330, lady number 57. 2 blacks, $3, now 5, $3, now 5, 2 blacks, $3, now 5, $3, now 2 and a half, 302 and a half, money 2 and a half, 302 and a half, now 5, over there, 7 and a half, sell one over there, 307 and a half, 307 and a half, Vic out, 307 and a half, 307 and a half, 305, D&D, number 24, just 4, D&D 4, Southern Breno. Front left. $120, now 5. On the money, 530, now 5, now 40, now 5, 55. 160, 160, 165, 165, 70, 170, 170, 170, 170, 170, 165. Marty, number 4. Okay, hold one if you need to. Hold 2. 290, now 5. 95, now $3, now 5, now 10, now 15, now 20, now 5, now 30, 335, 40, 340, 550, 355, 360, 365, 365. You buying 2 or more, 365, 70, 375, 375, 55, 370, Troy, 11. Choice again. 230, now 5. 230, now 5. 230, now 5. 230, now 5. One or both. 230, now 5. Money, 5. 235. Got the money, 540. 245. 245. 245. 55. 240. Troy. Straight Troy. By the head. $100, now 25. 100, now 25. 50. 150. 175. 200, now quarter. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 225, 50. 250, 250, 250, 250. 225 by the head. Javier 2. $2.5, 87 and 287 and 92 and a 5, 7 and now $3, 2 and a 5, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 307 and a half, 307 and a half, 307 and a half, 307 and a half, 305 EC 701, 601 EC 601. African, 7.5, $2.60, now 2.5, 2.60, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 7.5, 70, 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 80, 280, 280, 2.5, 85, 87, 90, 2.5, now 5, 97.5, 297.5, 297.5, 97.5, 7.5, 295, EC 70. 7.5, 290, now 2.5, 290, money, 2.5, 290, 2.5, 95, 95, 97.5, $3, now 2.5, 302.5, 302.5, 305, 305, 305, 305, 302.5, Shoat 77, Shoat 77. 7.5, 180, now 2, 180, now 2, $2, $2, 180, now 2, 2, money, $2, $2, 82, 182, 84, 86, 88, 188, 88, 90, but 2, but 4, 196, 96, $1.98, $1.98, 198, 196, Shoat 77, Shoat, how's it go? 200, 100, Shoat 100, Shoat 100. 260, now 2.5, 260 on the money, 2.5, 7.5, 70, 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 80, 82.5, 85, 85, 285, 7.5, 290, but 2.5, 295, 97.5, $3, 2.5, but 2.5, 302.5, 302.5, $3, capital 5. Errant cattle. From Christoval. Errant. Yes, sir. You like them here? Okay, sell that one. $3, now 5. On money, 2.5. 302.5. 302.5, 302.5. Selling one heifer, 302.5. Brangus-kind, 302.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, $3. D&D 14. Choice again, $3. All of them, sell them, you're buying them all. 302.5. 30, now set of cattle on the money, now 2.5. 302.5, 305, 305, 7, 8, 10, 310, 12.5, 15, 79, 20, even a 320, 2.5, 322, 5, 25, 25, 25, 7.5, 327.5, 327.5, 327.5, 325, EC 47. So you like them here. I'm going to 7.5, 350 now 5, 350 now 5, 55, 350 on the money, 2.5, 350 to 5, 55, 55, 357.5, 360, 2.5, 365, 365, 365, 362.5, Simpson 35, just 5. I'm sorry, Simpson 5, Frank, Simpson 5. Okay, man said he was born like that. $185, $190, $185, $190, $185, $190, $190, $90, $85, $90, $90, $90, on the money, $90, $185, $190, $185, $190, $190, $190, $190, out it goes, $190, $185, Javier, number 4. Okay, here, McCoy cattle. Okay, get smaller from here. This is the biggest bunch. 60 something at them. I didn't hear yesterday. 330 now 5, 330 now 5, 330 now 5, 330 now 5, 5, 5, 330 on the mighty 5, 335, 40, 340, 40 now 2.5, 340, 2.5, 340, 2.5, 345, 45, 7.5, 347.5, 347, 50, 350, 350, 350 now 50, 350 now 50 now 50 now 50, 350, 350, 2.5, 350, 2.5, 2.5, but a 2.5, 2.5, 5, but a 5, but a 5, but a 5, 355, 357.5. 357 half, 357 half, 357 half, 357 half, 357 half, 357 half, 355. Lady, 9-4. $3.15, 17 and a half. $3.15 on the money, 17 at 20. $3.22 and a half. $3.22 5. 25, 27 and a half. $3.27 and a half. $3.30. $3.30 2 and a half. $2.5. $35, 37 and a half. $40, 2 and a half. $3.45. $47 and a half. $3.47 and a half. $53, 52 and a half. $3.52 and a half. $3.52 and a half. $3.55 7 and a half. $3.60. $3.60 2 and a half. $2 and a half. $2.5. $5 7 and a half. $3.70 2 and a half. $2 and a half. 2 and a half. $5. 7 and a half. 377 and a half, 80, 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 2 and a half, 25, 85, 385, 385, 385, 385, 385, 385, 382 and a half, lady number 94. $3.50 now 5. $3.50 on the money now 5. $3.55. $3.50 now 5. 5. $3.55. $3.55. $3.55. $3.55. $3.55. 5 out to go. $3.55. $3.55. 2 and a half. $3.50 2 and a half. $3.50 2 and a half. $3.50 Troy 2. Heifers. $2.90 now 2 and a half. $2.90 now 2 and a half. $2.90 bitty bed 2 and a half. Money's down 2 and a half. $2.90 2 and a half. $2.90 bitty bed 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 5. 97 and a half. $3. $3 2 and a half. But it's 302 and a half. 5 and a 5. 305. 7 and a half. 10. 10. 12 and a half. 12 and a half. 15. 79. 79. 20. 320. 320. 2 and a half. 5. 25. 25. 325. 25. 22 and a half. Now 5. 325. 325. 322 and a half. Gully 1. Gully number 1. $3 now 2 and a half. $3 on the money. 2 and a 5, but it's 7 and 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 79, but it's 20, but 320, 320, 2 and a half. Now 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 25, 325, 7 and a half. 327 and a half. 30, 330, 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 5, 37 and a half. 340 with the 2 and a half. 42 and a half. 345, 5, 345, 347 and a half. 347 and a half. 50, 350, 350, 2 and a half. 5, 55. 55, 355, 355, 355, 352 and a half. Gully 1, Gully number 1. $320 now 2 and a half. $320 now 2 and a half. $320 now 2 and a half. 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 $320 on 25. 25, 7 and a half. Now 30, 330, 2 and a half. 330, 2 and a half. 32 and a 5. 35, 35, 7 and a half. 40, 340, 40, now 40, now 40, 340, 2 and a half. 5, 345, 7 and a half. 50, 350, $50, 52 and a half. 2 and a half. 55, 357 and a half. 357 and a half. 357 and a half. 355, lady number 93. Big one's got a little pimple. Sell the big one, got a little pimple. 220 now 5. 220 now 5. 220 on the money 5. 220, 225, 225, 225, 225, 30, now 5, now 40, now 5, now 55, 255, 255, 250, Troy, straight Troy. $330 now 5. $330 now 5. $330 now 5. 5 money 5. $335 40 now 40 now 5. $350 now 5. $355. $355. $355 60. $360. $360. $355 60. $60. $360. $360. $355 Wilford Wildy. Sell one. 270, not 2.5. 270, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 87, 90, 2.5, 92 and a half, 290, 2.5, 2.5, 95, 95, 97, and now $3, 2.5, but a 2.5, 2.5, but a 305, 305, 305, 305, 7.5, but a 305, 7.5, 307, 307, 7, 7, 7, 305, D&D 53. 250 now 2.5 5. 255, 250 2.5 5. 255 5, but a 2.5 5 5 5, but a 255, 255 7.5. 260 now 2.5 now 5 and what about 5 5 5. 265 2.5 now 5 but a 5 5 5 5 but a 5. 262.5 Nolan 27. Nolan 27. 7 here, 260 now 2.5. 260 money, 2.5 7.5 but a 70. 270 but it's 70. 2.5 but a 5 but a 7.5. 280 but 80 2.5 but 85 87.5 but a 290. 2.5 295 97.5. 297.5 7.5 7.5. 295 EC 60. EC 60. Seven here, 280, now 2.5. 280, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, now 2.5. 280, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, money, 2.5. 280, but debate, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. You bet. 280, 2.5. Not 5. 8, 2.5. 280, 2.5. 85. 87.5. 90. 2.5, 95, 97.5, $3, 2.5, but a 5, but a 305, 7.5, but a 10, 10, 12.5, but a 15, but a 79, but a 20, but a 320, 320, 320, 320, 317.5, capital number 45. By the scale, 260, now 25, 265, 2.5, now 5, but a 5, 5, 5, 5, but a 5, 2.5, now 5, but a 265, 265, 260, 2.5, D&D 53. Syllable here, 250, now 2.5, now 5, 250, 2.5, 5, 55, 55, 55, 255, 255, 255, 255, 252.5, Nolan 27. Seller black, black one. 280, now 2.5, 280, 2.5, oh, 2.5, 80, 2.5, 280, black one, 5, 7.5, 90, 290, 2.5, 97.5, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, 297.5, EC 60. Sell Charlotte here, rid of $3 now 5. $3 now 5. $3 now 5. 5 5. A bit of money 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 35, and a 335. 335, 35, 35, 35, 330. Troy number 3. Troy 3. Seven here, 340 now 5, 340 now 5, money 5 and 340 now 5, 5 5, 345, 5 5 right here, 345, 5 5, 340, D&D 42. Two little ones. 370 and a 5. 370 on the money and a 5. 370 and a 5 and the two little ones by the scales. 375. 370 and a 5. 375. 370. Troy 2. Troy 2. Right here. 350 now to 5. 350 now 2.5. 352 and a half. Money 2.5. 352 and a half. 350 now 2.5. 2.5. 352 and a half. 352 and a half. 352 and a half. 352 and a half. 350 Troy 4. Troy 4. 7 here, $4 now 5. $4 now 5. 5 money's in 5. $4 now 5. 10, $10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 435, 40, 445, 445, 55, 440, EC 300. Every kind, 330 now 5. 330 now 5. 330 on the money 5. 335. 40. 45. 50. 355. 60. 5. 365. 5. 360 Troy 11. 3. Yeah, EC 300. That's right. 7 here, we got 370 now 5. 370 now 5. Money 5. 375, 80, 80, 5, 85, 90 now 5. Now $4 now 5. $4 now 5. 10, 10, 10, $10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 410, 410, 410. 405 Troy 21. Say one big one, one big one, one big one. 320 now 5. 320 on the money 5. 320 now 5. One big one. 530 now 5. Now 40. 340. 340. 340. 340. 340. 335. Lady 57. Settle here, $3 now 5. $3 now 5. 10 and then $10, 10, 15, 20 with the 5 and 30 with the 5. 335, 40. 335 now 40. 40, 40 with the 340. 335 Wilford Wildy. So one big one, one big one, one big one, 260 now 2.5, 260, 2.5, 57, 70, 2.5, 7, 80, 2.5, 85, 87, 90, 2.5, 85, 95, 295, 95, 95, 95, 95, 292 and a half, EC 701. 7 here, 330 now 5, 330 now 5, money 5, 330 now 5, 40, 5, 45, 50, 355, 355, 350 now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 355, 350 D&D 42. What'd you go to, Jody? 751. 751. EC 751. Two ball face there. $3 now, 2.5. $3 money, 2.5. 305, 3.5, 310, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 17.5, 17.5, 20, 322.5, 325, 25, 25, 325, 325, 322.5. Simpson 65. 7 here, 340 now 5, 340 now 5, 340 on the money now 5, 345, 50, 350 now 5, now 60. Now 60, 5, 65, 365, 5, 360, Simpson 35. 7 here, 350 now 5, 350 now 5. Both of them again, 355. So the big one, 350 now 5. 350 on money 5, 60 now 5, 370 now 5, 380 with the 5.
You're done with Jimmy John's
get a 0 paint brand and I got 2 paint
No, no, no,
brands.
no. Luke Groff is paint brand number 2.
Not on my side.
Oh. See the card, Frankie?
The card's
They put it
0
in
paint
as 0.
brand.
It's probably an office mistake.
Okay,
Yep.
I'm
They're
just
gonna be
making
paint
sure.
brand number 2. That's very yep.
Making sure.
Yep, no, that's true. That's true. They're all gonna be number 2s, aren't they? Yep. Yeah, Skylar. Page number?
20,
Page 20.
421.
Then 421. Luke Groff, Groth. Tell Minnie that they're paint brand number 2s, not paint brand number 0s. Think about it. That young girl had entered that wrong. She got on the wrong consigner a while ago on that. Whoever that forehead was that come out of 346.
She put Reuben's changes.
Yes, she put Reuben's changes from North Florida on somebody else. Somebody else's consigner. All right, big one. Come in from Woodstock. 340.
340, now 5. Sell the big one, 50, 350, now 50. 355, 360, with a big one, 360, now 5. 375, with a 80, with a 5, with a 90, with a 5, with a 395. 395, 390. Troy, number 21. 330, now 5. 330, almighty 540, now 5, now 50, with a 5. 355, 355, 355, 555, with a 5. 350, show number 3. Show 3, yard him with the 60.
What's the choke with that on?
Show 3, yard him with the 60.
Hold anyone.
Hold anyone you don't like. Hold anyone you don't like. 380, now 5. 380, now 5. 380 on my 590. 5, $4, now 5. Hold anyone you don't like. 405, 10, 410, 15, 15, 415, 20, 5, 430, 40, 440, now 5, 55, 50, 50, 50, 50, 450, 450, 450, 450, 450, 450, 445, Troy 2. $370, now 5. $370, now 5. $370, now 5. $370, now 5. 55, 370, now 5. 55, 355. 350 on the money, now 5. 355, 555, 55. 350, EC 300. Sell a black bull. 7 head, 270, now 2.5, 270, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 7 half, 80, 2.5, 85, 2.5, 2.5, 85, 85, 2.5, 2.5, 280, 2.5, D&D 94. 320, now 5. 320, now 5. Money, 5. 320, now 5. 30, 55, 40, 55, 50, 350, 350, 350, now 50, 55, 355, 360, 60, 355, D&D 4. 2 little ones there, 2 little ones. 7.5, 340, now 5. 340, now 5. Money, 5. 345, 345, 50, 55. 360, now 5, 370, 370, 365, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 365, Troy 4. So one big one, 310, 12 and a half, 310, money, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 79, 20, 2 and a half, 5, 327 and a half, 30, 330, 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 332 and a half, 32 and a half, 330, capital number 35. Sell the black bull calf. 7.5, what I got, 270 now, 2.5. Black bull calf in the middle there. 270 on the money. 270 money, 2.5. 270, 2.5, 2.5. We'll get him out where everyone can see him. There he is. 270, 2.5, 2.5, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 85, 85, 287.5, 287.5, 287.5, 285, Troy 5. Sell a red heifer. 250 now, 2.5. Money, 2.5. 250, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5. Red heifer. 2.5, 2.5, 250, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 250, D&D 93. Okay, D&D 93 on the scales. Sell a black heifer, buy the scales. 190, now 2.5, 5. 195. 197.5, now $2, 2.5, 5, 7, 8, 10, 12.5, 15, 7.5, 20, 2.5, 5, 27.5, 30, 2.5, 55, 37.5, 40, 242 to 5, 47.5, 50, 2.5, 5, 57.5, 60, 260, 260, 257.5, shoat number 6 on the scales.
Trade off 97, 97, 97, 97.
790 now one. On the money one. $90 now one. 91. 90 Hewitt $1.1. Able to $1.1. 91. $90. Marty 13. Okay, wean for 90 days. 7.5, 180, now 2.5, 180, now 2.5, on money, 2.5, 185, 87, 90, 190, 2.5, 95, 97.5, $2, $2, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 205, 205, 205, 205, 7.5, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 210, 210, 210, 210, 7.5, Marty 44. Same cattle, Wayne, but I'm at 230, 2.5, 230, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 230, but 2.5, 230, now 2.5, 2.5, 230, 2.5, 230 on the money, 2.5, 35, 35, 35, 235, 35, 230, 2.5, Troy, straight Troy. Two more, 7.5, 3. He got. 2 or more. 3, 10, 12.5. 3, 12.5, 15. On 2 of them. 3, 15, 15, 50, 79, 20, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 30, 2.5, 35, 37.5, 40, 3, 40, 40, 3, 40, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 50, 3, 50, 2.5, 3, 57.5, $60, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 70, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 80, 380, 2.5, 5, 85, 385, 7.5, 87.5, 87.5. 385. That'll be Troy 21. 7.5, 270. Now 5. 270. By the scales 5. 270. Now 5. And a 270. Now 2.5. Money 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 270. 2.5. 270. EC 60. Got a bull, 7.5, 270, 2.5, 270, 2.5, money, 5, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 85, 87, 90, 2.9, 2.5, 5, 95, 297.5, $3, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 3.7.5, 3.7.5, 3.7.5, 305, capital 34.
Not a pair.
Put on 47. Get 35. Frank, capital 35 on the scales. 210, now 15, 210, 215, 210, 215 on the money, 215, 215, 215, 215, 210, 215, 215, 215, 210, Troy, 5. 7 here. 120 now 2. 121. Able to $1.1. 120 on the money. Now 1. 121. 122. 3. 4. 25. 126. 127. 128. 128. 129. 130. 131, 31, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 35, 35, 36, 36, 36, 135, Tom 1, Tom 1. 160 now two. 160 on the money now $2 two. 162 4 6. Hey, with the $8.70. 172 4 6 78 80 with the two with the 82. 180 $2 $2. 180 show 77. $180 $180 open heifers. 80 on the money, $2 4. 8246 88 90. 192 now 496. 198 $2 2 to 4 6 to 8 210 210 $208 $10 $210 $10 $10 $10 $10 208 show number 8. $330 now 2.5 at a 35. 37.5 at a 40 but a 2.5 at a 340 now 2.5. 47.5 347.5 350 with a bit of 52.5 352.5 52.5 52.5 555 355 55 55 55 55 355 355 352.5 Simpson 65. So one heifer. $320 now 5 money 5 $325 heifer going on $320 now 5 now 30 now 5 40 5 $350 now 5 $360 now 5 $370 now 5. Have this one if you want her. 370 5 375 80 80 380 380 375 D&D 12. He wants her. He wants her. $128.9, $128.9, money 9, $28.9, 30, with a 1, 2, with a 33, 34, 35, 35, 36, 36, 7, 37, 37, 37, 37, 37, 37, 37, 136, Marty, number 13, Marty 13. 7, 122, now 3, 122 on the money, now 3, 122, now 3, now 3, now 3, now 3, now 3, now 2, now 3, 4, 4, 5, 25, 6, 27, 27, 27. 126, Marty 13. Young cow 6 months bred. 1,800 and a half, 1,800 and a half, 1,800 and a half, 1,800 and a half, now half, 1,800 on the money, now half, 1,900, 19 now half, 19 and a half, $2,000, 2,000 now 50, now 20, 50, 20, 50, 21, 21, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 22, 22 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 3, 23 and a half, 23 and a half, 4, 4, 4 and a half, 24 and a half, 2,400 and a half, now half, 24 and a half, $2,400, fry 10. Seven here, 220 now 2, 220 now $2 2, on the money now 2, 2, 2, 2, 4, 24, 26, 28, 2 to 30 with a 2, with a 4, with a 6, 36, 2, 34, 6, 36, 36, 36, 36, 36, 234, H 22. Seven here, 270 now 2.5, 270, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 270 on the money, 2.5, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 85, 87.5, 90, 2.5, 2.5, 97.5, $3, $3, 2.5, 3.7, 10, 12.5, 15, 3.17, 20, 3.20, 20, 20, 3.20, 3.17.5, D&D 5.3. 7 here, 220 now 2, 220 now 2, 2, 2, with a $2, $2, 220 now 2, 222, 222, 222, $2 now 2, $2 now 2, $2 now 2, $2 on the money 2, $2 now 2, 2, 2, 2, with a $2, $2, Marty 44.
What is that tag? Lived in Idaho?
Something 36 in it. Sell the big one. 350 now 5. On the money 5. 350 now 5. 555 at a 355. 355. 555. 355. 60. 365. 360. Troy number 2. Heifer 330 now 5. 330 now 5. Money 5. 45. 55. 355. 355, 555, 355, 60, 5, 370, 370, 370, 370, 365, Troy, straight Troy.
Hold on. Are you sure that was a Costa? Because we're supposed to get yellow. Okay. Change that to 738. Okay, and then we get a 2 work on these cows. Yeah, that's right. Costa 738. Okay, now we're on Bob Econo. No.
Triple S right here. Triple S.
Hold on.
Seller number 741 right here.
Okay. I'm good.
Great. What's the chances of that?
The what? Oh yeah, I saw that. The same owner, the same tag, and the same ticket.
It happens all the time. It happened again earlier today. It happened.
Okay.
And then the price sometimes.
Straight off. 68, 68, 68, 68.
They are light bread, 138, 139, 38 on 99, $38.09, 40, 1, 2, 3. Okay, one's got a little bump there on her face. 38.9, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 151, 2, 53, 52, 3, 152, now 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 152, Lone Star.
Okay, now let me look. This is my 5 plate. Yep, Econo.
Open cow. 140 now on. Every 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 56, 155, $6, 6, 155, Marty, 25.
Next side, 15, 15, 15.
$90, 2.5, 90, 2.5, 7.5, now $1, now 5.10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 135, 135, 135, 139, 555, 130, Marty, number 4, Marty, 4. 4 months bread. 120 now on. 120 even $1.1. 120 now on. Even $1.1. Even $1.1. 121. 120 now on. 20 now on. 121 money 1. 120 Marty 25. Marty 25. 7.5. $3 now 5. $3 now 5. Money 5. $3 now 5. $3 now 5. $3 now 5. 10. 10. 15. 15. 15. 15. 310. Troy 4.
We're out of clean.
All right, new deal coming.
H&H again? This is that one that.
Sell the big one, big one, big one. $2.50 now, 2.5, 250, 2.5, 5, 255, 55, 55, 255, 55, 250, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 255, 255, 250, 2.5, Nolan, 56, Nolan, 5, 6, 56 in it, 5, 6.
Hold on.
$4 now 5. $4 now 5. $4 now 5. Money 5. $4 now 5. $4 5 10. 10 10 10 10 15 15 15 20. 425. 430. Now 435. 440. 445. 445. 440. Troy 2.
Here we go. Take a while.
Okay, so I'll tell you how first. 105, 110, 105 on the money, now 10, 15, 20, now 5, now 30, 135, 140, 145, 145, 150, 150, 155, 155, 60, now 5, 165, 160, now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 160, Javier, 4, 105, 110, 15, now 10, money 10, 15, 20, 5, 130, 130, now 5, 135, 40, 140, now 5, 150, 150, 155, 155, 60, now 5, 165, 165, 160, Javier, 4, 120, now 5, 120, now 5, 35, 45, 150, 155, 160, now 5, 170, 175, 175, 170, now 5, 5, 5, 5, 170, Javier, 2. $130, now 5, 130, now 5, money 5, 45, 55, 160, now 5, 170, now 5, 180, 185, 185, 90, 190, 90, 90, 190, 90, 190, 190, 195, 195, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, 195, Javier, 2. Sell them here by the head. By the head, 225. 225. On the money, 25. 225. By the head, 225. 250. 275. 300. $300. $300. $300 now. $300 now. $300 now. Quarter. 3 and a quarter. 3 9. Many more as you want. 350. 350. 350 now. 50 now. 50 now. 50. 325. 50. I got back. 325. 50. 350. 350. 350. 350. 350. 325. Show. 23. Give him a little pen. By the head, 200, now 25. 200, now 25. Okay. One's got a big name. 200 by the head, now 25. 200, now 25. On the money, 25, 50, 250, 250, 225, 10 or 50, 250, 250, 250, 250, 250, $250, $50, $50, $250, 225. Caleb, lead. Okay, 2 of them's crippled. One's got a big navel. By the head. $50, now 60, now 70, now 80, now 90, now 100, now 10, 20, 130, 130, 120, 130, by the head. 130, 130, 120, 50, 30, 30, 30, 30, 130, 120 by the head, Marty, 4. Okay, sell a choice. 150 by the head, 175, 150, 175. Now 200. 200. Now quarter. Now half. 275. 275. 250, 75. 275, 75, 75, 275. $250 head. Caleb Lee. 1. Okay, the other 3, look them over. By the head. $30, now 40. On the money, 40, 30, 40, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 10, $110, $110 in. By the head. $110. Now 20. 120, 110, 120. 110, 120. 120, 120. $110. Javier, straight Javier.
All right, we got a good steer right here. I know they'll be all right. Wave up to you, 130.
130, now 5. 130 on the way, 540, now 5, now 50, now 5, now 65. 175, 180, 85, 90, 5, $2, now 5, now 10. $210, 10, 15, 215, 20, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 215, D&D, 92.
This is Jeffrey Roberts. It's been on the back 34.
Okay, been on VAC 34 program. 310, 12 and a half. On money, 12 and a half, 15, 7 and a half, 22 and a half, 25, 27 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 35, 337 and a half, 340, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 50, 350, 350, 350, 350, 350, 350, 347 and a half, D&D 50. Okay, 3 head here, been on a VAC 34 program.
Hold on a minute. Jody?
Got a tag 1761.
Yeah, that's right.
Tag in the red. Tag in the red.
Set. You good? Tag, selling the tag and the red, is that right? 335, money 7 and a half, 340, now 2 and a half, 42, 5, 47 and a half, 350, 352 and a half, 352, 5, 55, 7 and a half, 360, now 2 and a half, 25, 65, 7 and a half, 370, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 370, 2 and a half, 370, 2 and a half, 370, Troy 5, 310, 12 and a half, money 12 and a half, 15, 7 and a half, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 40 with a 2 and a half, 45, 345, 345, 55, 345, 342 and a half, Simpson 65.
Here's what you got here, fam.
This is Pam Plankton from Paint Rock. David.
From over at Paint Rock, pretty good ones here. 275, 7 and a half, 275, 7 and a half, 277 and a half, 82 and a half, 2 to 5, 85, 85, 85, 2 to 5, 2 to 5, 2 to 5, 2 to 5, 87 and a half, 290, minimum 2 and a half, 5 and 95, 95, 295, 97 and a half, 297 and a half, 97 and a half, 7 and a half, 295, EC 751. Seven here, 250 now 2 and a half, 250 now 2 and a half, 250 now 2 and a half, 250 on the money, 2 and a half, 250 2 and a half, 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 250 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 Troy number 1.
Bottle baby.
All right, weaned and vaccinated. $4 by the 5. Weigh it 4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 420, 415 now 20, 415, 25, 30, 430. Weigh the calf. 430 now 5, now 40, now 5, now 50, now 5, 460, now 5, 470. 475 by the pound 80, 480, 480, 50, 480, 480, 480, 475 EC Fry 31. Fry 31. Fry 31. 21. Fry 21. 305, 7 and a half. 305 money, 7 and a half. 305, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15. 79, 20. 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 37 and a half, 40, 340, 2 and a half, 47 and a half, 350, 50, 50, 50, 350, 350, 2 and a half, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 360, 2 and a half, 5, 67 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 370, lady 93, lady 93. African 7 and a half, 330 now 5, 330 on the money, 540, 555, 365, 370, 580, 380 now 590, 55, 4 out of 5, 4 out of 5, 10, 15, 20, 420, 415 now 20, now 20, 420, 420, 415, D&D 4, D&D 4. African 7 and a half, 205, 207, 205, 207, money 7, 205, 207, 207, another 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. 205, show number 8, show number 8. 7 here, 220, now 2. 220, now 2. 220, 2, money, 2, 2, 2, 222, 222, 222, but $2, $4, $4, 224, 6, 28, 228, 30, 230, 230, 230, 228, Letty 93. Celestier, 240, now 2.5, 240 on 257.5, 50, 2.5, 55, 57.5, 260, 2.5, 57.5, 267.5, 70, 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 80, 280, 2.5, 85, 87.5, 90, 90, 2.5, 290, 2.5, 290, 2.5, 290, 2.5, 290, EC 751. Young thing here, 145, 46, 145, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 1, 52, 53, 54, 55, 6, 7, 58, 59, $60, $1, $1, 1, 2, 3, 54, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 71, 2, 4, 6, 78, 80, 2, 824, 86, 88, 90, $190, $2, $4, $6, $8, $2, $2, 2, 4, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 10, 210, 210, 210, 210, 208, show number 20, showed 12, is that right? Right here, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, $4 on the money now 5, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, 10, 410, 15, 20, 425, 30, 435, 40, 440, 440, 435, EC 300. Two blacks. 7 here, 360 now 5, 360, 2 black heifers. Any two, 330 now 5. On the money 5. Pick two you like. 335. 330 now 5. Any two you like. 335. 335. 35, 40. 340 now 5. 345. 345, 5, 5, 5. 340 Troy, number 21. Okay, hold your ticket. Sell one by the skills. 280 now 5. 280 now 5, money 5. 280 now 5. By the scales, 2 to 5. Money's down 5. 2 to 5, 90, 95. Now $3, now 5, now 10, now 15. 315, 315, 315. 20, 325, 325. 320 on the scales, D&D 91. Africans, 7.5, 290, now 2.5, 290, 2.5, nice 7.5, $3, 2.5, 305, 3.7.5, 307.5, 307.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 305, Troy, 3. Two reds, sell 2 reds. 7 here, 330. Now money, 2.5, 330, 2 reds. 330, 2.5, 32, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, money's down 2.5, 330, 2.5, 330, 2.5, 35, 35, 35, 7.5, 337, 40, 340, 40, 2.5, 42.5, 42.5, 42.5, 42.5, 340, 2.5, 340, Troy, number 4. 350, put them on Troy 5, Troy 5. 315, 17.5, on the money, 17, 20, 2.5, 7.5, 330, now 2.5, 32 and a 5, 37 and a half, 340, 340, 340, 340, 340, 340, 337 and a half, Simpson 65. Odessa. 185, 87, 9, 91, 93, 95, 97, 99, 201, 235, 205, 205, 205, 235, 55, 205, 205, 205, 205, 203, Nolan 29. $270, 2.5, 270, 2.5. 270 on the money, 2.5. 270, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 270, capital 35, 4, cap 34. 7 here, $2.60 now 2.5. 260 now 2. $2, $2, 2. $260, $2, $2. 260 now 2. $260 2. Red ball face heifer, 260 now two. On the money two. 260, $2, $2, 260, H22. $420 now five. $420 now five. $420 now five. $420 on the money now 530. $430 now five. Now 40. $445. $440 now five. $445. $440 Troy 2. Well, I guess that's it. That's all. Thank everybody. Appreciate the business. Thanks for being here. Be back next week for a bigger and better show.
What do you want, man? To abuse the elderly? Is that what it is? You make it feel like a, what is it, an Auschwitz, like, labor camp.
The old people that we support the people that does.
Yeah, see there, Ronnie? Louis tried to injure me on the job today. Who's the really fast, mean cow? Or? Very good. I'll
you say, don't you got dishes to go do?
I'm gonna make you some decent grilled cheese. Second time.
Here, I'll go order some food and then not eat it.
Yeah, exactly.
Scrape it all off.
Oh,
I won't even, you know what, Sean? I won't even scrape it off. I'll just throw it back in there.
Y'all don't scrape the scrapboard?
hey, some people. Hey, if you're going for a while, we're gonna get.
Hey, I don't have to. I normally eat everything.
Well, one, I take out that trash.
Hey, did that fat white boy fall out today?
He wasn't in here.
Damn!
Oh,
Are you talking about the young one with the sunglasses?
yeah.
Huh?
Right here.
The young one with the sunglasses? That's what you're talking about?
I think so. The curly head fat white boy? The one that came walking through yesterday? Because he was.
Shaky.
Jody was laughing at him. Yeah, that boy.
Get him Monday.
What? Andy will be here Monday. No. No. He's just like a Randy.
Randy works.
I don't know about that.
Big boy. I told him you're either good or no good, just take off. We told him he's gonna be your new road helper. Starting next Friday.
Dang.
Him and Ruben. Him and Ruben have a good team. Ronnie said.
Dang, you're replacing Mason?
I don't remember who put him up to it. Maybe Sean.
Give me that.
This holiday, celebrate the freedom to cook anything, anytime, anywhere. Only on
Dang.
America's best-selling grill.
This summer, make KFC your go-to pit stop for $7 fillets. 4 boxes that turn hunger into a pizza. Fillets 4 days of KFC and see that for the movie in theaters June 27th. Rated PG-13.
Welcome to a vacation that's so much more with Norwegian Cruise Line.
As a nurse, you give 100%. At post-university, our 100% online nursing programs offer 100% off your schedule. Apply now to go from online classes plus 12 months.
He licked his hands clean. He sure did.
He just nails off and it's fucking screwing in here all day.
Let your feet take you wherever your spirit wants to go. The one and only Hurricane helps you navigate any surface so you can go anywhere your heart desires.
say nutjacker? Oh, zapper.
I have $212 nickels and a gold bracelet.
Well, young lady, I'm afraid we don't offer breast reduction surgery to girls of your age.
Why not?
You don't know how to work it.
I got a fake one when she was a teenager. Why can't I have mine taken off?
Because making breasts larger is a beautiful and wonderful thing. Making them smaller is insane.
It don't work on paint. You gotta find bare metal.
Hate your breasts so.
Ever since I got these stupid things, everyone treats me differently. I feel like I might be treated differently the rest of my life.
Oh, come on now, that's just silly.
Here's the medicine file, Doctor.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much, Jillian. That's great. Oh, god damn, thank you so much.
Here's the coffee water, Doctor.
Yeah, whatever, get out of here. Now, I was saying,
Please, you have to help me. I think that if my breasts keep growing this way, boys will give me whatever I want.
yeah, so that's great, isn't it?
No, it's not, because I'm not getting everything I want. It's way easy for me because I have long knockers, and I'm gonna grow to be a leading person. If I'm getting everything I like, my chances of becoming a lawyer or a marine biologist are zero.
That may be true, but I'm afraid I just cannot offer to perform a breast reduction surgery on an 8-year-old girl.
Damn it!
If, on the other hand, you'd like to grow a little bigger, I think now might be the right time to size up and
Oh, fuck off. Randy, could you look at Charlie's staring?
why, what's the matter with him?
It's just that, well, she's been acting a little different lately. He's so hard
Excuse
to
me.
get to all of his friends. I can't figure out why.
Oh boy, looks like he's starting to notice breasts.
Oh, yes. Our little Stanley's starting to become a man.
Hey there, son. Yes, Otto. Let's have a talk, Stan. Stan, as you get older, boobs, these, Otto, will start becoming a major part of your life. But Stanley, you can't let them get in the way of your friends. There are a lot of boobs out there, son, but they're just boobs. Your friends are forever. Friends? I know you think this set of boobs is important now, but those boobs will be replaced by another set of boobs. Boobs will come and go, and then someday you'll meet a pair of boobs that you want to marry. And those become the boobs that matter the most.
I love you.
If you can just understand that, Stanley, you'll see that boobs hold no real power at all. Boys galore, all is going as planned. Yes, soon all the boys will be brought to their knees. We grow larger every day and stronger. Soon the entire town.
What is it, baby? My breasts! Oh, sweetheart, you're just becoming a young lady. No, they're inspiring. Mom, they were talking. They want to destroy the town. Yes, darling, your breasts have a power that will unleash itself as you get older. They feed off the misery of boys and grow to bring woe wherever they can. You're blossoming into a woman. That does it. I'm not letting these things run my life.
August 1st, see Liam Neeson. I'm gonna ruin another suit. He served 20 years for manslaughter. Manslaughter must have been quite the joke. Come on, drive forward 30 feet.
I'm just blindly sending them. That's all.
SKs are fire.
Too low.
Every shoe for every athlete, only at Dick's.
Hi, my name is Lorenzo, and I'm the inventor of the Bogasaw. Flies are disgusting. Let's talk Homeland Security. What? Oh,
I hope those are in. I hope they stay in the ring until next Tuesday, because I'll find them and pick them up, and me and Caleb will throw them at each other throughout the cell. What is it?
Arch cement. No, it's empty.
Ah! Send them flying. Whose are these, Ronnie's?
I'm always back to the basket.
Oh.
Hey,
Oh. I don't know. Somebody. Pam. Oh, I bet you Pam had forgot them.
no, they've been up there for already.
Well, that's what I mean. She probably left them up there, forgot to.
They've been there for about 3 to 4 weeks, yeah.
Yeah, with that dust built up on there. That's something she do. She brings eggs and then she'll leave cartons up there and then sometimes forgets them.
Oh, yeah? And you would say something about it.
No, he won't. He'll just throw it away. You know that.
What's in there, Chomps?
It's good for you now. Yeah, well, I'm part of each of those departments. If they close one in the office, they got people flying in from the west. I serve this is like my this is just like where they go to like you know what? I'll call it one overtime. They need to know it. I'll call it one overtime. I'll answer it this week. Yeah, that was in my garage house.
Oh, like in the early 80s.
Yeah. Well, no, the early yesterday, it was in October.
Bigfoot if he could put some
I
nuts
felt
in
the
my
heat
food
right
jar.
there.
Walmart choice
Not what I
small.
meant.
I just got my
Ask
phone number.
Bigfoot if he could put some nuts.
Yeah, it took me 7 days. Yeah.
They're real expensive to get. A little bit better.
Where the hell you gonna do that?
What the hell?
Don't say that shit, bro. Are you mad at me for what I do? I need to make her out of your rib. Is that what you did for me? I made you.
Yeah. He said, not the, not the nut that I was wanting. Huh?
Gross to think about, huh?
Gross.
I got caught mistiming that. This shit ain't no joke, guys. The rumors are real. I tried to run, but the oil, it made me slide back in. My cheeks are sore. What the fuck? It's time to go undercover. Any chance we're in time to get the...
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too, nigga.
No, I
Now you know some business.
no, it's okay. Black guy. Okay. So, if I want to be a nigger, I can?
Put your phone down.
Take your jacket off.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't gotta tell me twice. I mean,
Of course.
Are you going to disclose the multiple property rights?
Registration, say reputation number one.
What was that?
Yo, I don't know what species this guy is, but he's kind of cool. Me and Downsy are about to try some
Me and Downs.